Megan Els. Hello, Jen. Hello. Let's see. So I've got a lot of stuff tonight. We have. Good night, love you. Okay, let's see. So there's a bunch of interviews. Reminds me of kind of almost like the Chris Watts discovery, where we did a lot of the reading of the interrogations, and then before we even watched them. That's how we did it back in the day. But there's a bunch of. Let me go and get some of these from people that knew her and that the police interviewed, okay? So let me get one. Which one should we start with? Well, I do have, what is this one? This is a email from the brother. There's quite a few there. We can get to that. Okay. Interview with, we can go with, let's go with, since we're just looking at the inmate stuff. This is Maya. This is an inmate that, was there, and Detective Yuri McNeil from the Homicide Unit of the Orange County Sheriff's Office interviewed her. So, Maya Durkoyi, okay. In 2008, early 2009, Maya was imprisoned at the Orange County Jail in the same area as Casey Anthony. Let me just make sure you can hear me. Let me see this silly mic of mine. Where we did a lot okay, we did. I got it. Let me shut that now. Stop. Hi, Twisted. Hi, cute kitty kitty. Twisted, I'm starting to get your stuff together. Don't worry about it. I've started to pack up some stuff today, finally. Okay. So in 2008, early 2009, so that would have been the time that they found, from when, because they found her remains, they found Caylee's remains, December 11th, 2008, to early 2009. Maya was imprisoned at the Orange County Jail in the same area as Casey Anthony. Maya had several conversations with Casey Anthony. During this time frame, she had insight on Casey's demeanor while in jail. Casey told her how she used to knock Caylee Anthony out so she could go out. Casey also gave two previously unheard versions of how Caylee went missing. So Robin Adams, that is the woman that she was writing all those letters to in the jail. So they're going to talk about her too. In 2008 and 2009, Robin Adams was imprisoned at Orange County Jail in the same area as Casey Anthony. Robin had several conversations with Casey during this time frame, and she had insight on Casey's demeanor while in jail. Robin frequently wrote and received handwritten letters from Casey Anthony, most of which she kept. The letters were in possession of Robin Adams' father, Thomas McDonald. Okay, now, Thomas McDonald is the father of Robin Adams. He is in possession of several handwritten letters from Casey Anthony. He voluntarily turned the letters and copies of these letters to me upon my request. He obtained these letters and the copies from attorney Andrea Annis. And then Tracy Neely, that's the one that Robin was writing to. From mid-2008 into the early 2009s, Tracy Neely received several handwritten letters from Casey Anthony through letters from Robin Adams. Tracy was instructed by Robin to keep the letters safe. She was later instructed by Robin to provide attorney Andrea Arnas copies and the original letters to assist Robin Adams with her criminal case. And then Crystal Holloway established a relationship with George Anthony in late 2008 and 2009. During this time, George Anthony discussed several aspects of the case with her, to include the death of Caylee was an accident that snowballed out of control. Crystal Holloway's sister is Cecilia Benheda. This is almost as crazy as her characters, right? Okay. Cecilia was incarcerated at the Orange County Jail from August 21st, 2008 through December 5th, 2008, right before they found Caylee. During this time, she helped pass notes to and from Casey Anthony. She has had conversations with Crystal regarding things George Anthony said concerning this case than Jody Lee. Jody Lee is a gate guard for the Grand Ventura Country Club, which is where Crystal Holloway and Cecilia Benheda live. She can testify to the fact that George Anthony was a frequent guest of Crystal Holloway in 2009. What does that mean? He's cheating on her? Oh boy. Okay, now, on December 10th, 2009, I received a voicemail from Maya, an inmate at the Lowell Correctional Institute in Ocala, Florida. Maya claimed to have spent time with Casey Anthony at the Orange County Jail prior to her transfer to the Lowell Correctional Institute. Maya said she has spoken with Casey Anthony and has information on this case. On December 11th, 2009, Sergeant Mike Mason and I responded to the Lowell Correctional Institute to interview Maya. Now this right now, at this time, December 11th, 2009, is 1 year to the day that they found Caylee's remains. With the assistance of prison officials, we were able to conduct a sworn and recorded interview with Maya. The following is a synopsis of what she said. Maya was at the Orange County Jail pending trial for her case when Casey Anthony was first arrested and brought into her dorm, I-dorm. Maya recognized Casey Anthony from seeing her on television. Over the course of the next few weeks, Maya established a friendship with Casey and spoke with her several times through the cell's ventilation system. And during these conversations, Maya asked Casey about the circumstances of Caylee's disappearance. Casey told her 3 different versions of what happened. One version was the same she told me on July 16th. Another version claimed the babysitter was asked to come to Casey's house to watch Caylee while Casey Anthony went out. When Casey Anthony returned, both Caylee and the babysitter were gone. A third version claimed the babysitter was asked to come to the house and was watching Caylee when Casey went to the store. When Casey returned, Caylee and the babysitter were gone, and there was a note saying Caylee was abducted. Casey never told Maya anything else about that alleged note. Maya never confronted Casey about the different stories, stating, "'Cause after a while, you just let people lie to you, and you just, okay, yeah, it's, you can't convince somebody. A lot of times, especially being locked up with a person, lies to you. A lot of time, they believe their lies. So it's like, whatever they tell you, you can't argue with them." When Casey Anthony returned from visits with her family, she would make derogatory comments about her mother, Cindy Anthony. According to Maya, her parents would come, and that's when she would make comments about her mom. Now they say Audie asked her, I think they mean Maya. Maya asked her, "Well, how was your visit and how'd it go?" And she'd make a comment like, "Well, it's all right. At least the biatch knows how I feel now." I'd be like, "What are you talking about? She like my mom." I'm like, "Well, what's wrong with your mom?" And she'll tell me, like, at first she would brush it off like, "Well, it's just a mother-daughter thing," which everybody related to. But then she'll talk about, well, how her mom never really cared about her that much. All she cared about was Caylee, and she knows what it feels like to miss somebody now, to feel pain and stuff like that, and just say that her mom basically was never there for her, Casey. Casey Anthony also told her that she felt her mother loved Caylee more than she loved her. When Maya tried to convince Casey to tell the police the truth, Casey told her that she wasn't worried about doing the time, but was worried about what people would think of her. Casey didn't want her brother or her father to hate her. I asked Maya if Casey had ever shown frustration over her belief that law enforcement was not doing anything to help find Caylee. Below is the transcript of this particular conversation. Question: Did she ever tell you that she was frustrated because we weren't actually looking for the nanny? Did she ever say, hey, this is where she is. This is who she is? Answer. She ever say that, no, okay, this is weird. They've messed this up. This is still the question from the investigator. She ever say that, she wanted to help? What she would do to find her? And then the answer from Maya is no. So her seeing herself on the news, hearing people talk about it, it was all fun and games to her. It was fling to her. It was exciting. When she found out that she was going national, like it was national news now, to her, it was like exciting. It was, question from the investigator, how? And then she says, fine to her. And then, well, what made it exciting? What made it funny? How do you... And then she says, because it's her, like her knowing that people know about her and know her name. It's like she felt like, okay, I'm famous in a way. Okay. So she asked Rue before, do I think that maybe she can write a book about what happened? Maybe, she could write a book, a book written about her, or... And then the investigator, and she's saying this, and then Maya says, a movie. And then the investigator says, she's saying this to you before the body's even found? Maya says, before this was. And then they ask her and about writing a book and making a movie. She says, way before the body was found. It was when it was basically like the first, I think it was the first 2 or 3 months that it was like really like chaotic about her. Maya and Casey never mentioned, Maya said Casey never mentioned Caylee except when she made comments regretting having a child. Maya said the following. Investigator said, she ever talk about Caylee? Maya says, no. I used to try to ask her, I asked her before, do you have any pictures of her? And she was like, no. And I used to be like, make little comments like about seeing her on the TV. She was beautiful. I think she looks just like you, fast talk to her and kind of try and console her in a way. But she never really talked about it. She never said, thank you for telling her her baby was beautiful. She just never mentioned her. It was to her, the only time she mentioned her was saying that maybe she should have waited to have a baby because she was so young and she wanted to live life. Maybe she should have never had a baby before. A baby was stopping her from living life and partying, and a lot of times it interfered with having a boyfriend, having a child, and that's the only time she ever mentioned her baby. Okay, so then the investigator says she never mentioned she was worried about it, hoped she was okay, anything like that? Answer from Maya, no. To her, anytime, like an inmate, other inmates is when she comes out to go into the interview room with her lawyer while they shackle her up, while the officers are shackling her up. I was like, wow, they know she's shacking up with Jose. I'm like, oh my gosh, shackling her up while the officers are putting on the handcuffs on her and stuff. People would yell through their door, where's Caylee? Where's Caylee? Casey, where's Caylee? And she'd laugh and smile like it was nothing. She'll just start giggling and laughing. And that right there shows you that you really don't care. I mean, they were trying to be nasty, but to her, it was funny. When asked about if Casey ever mentioned about how she would take care of Caylee, Maya said Casey admitted to knocking Caylee out so she could go out. Maya believes Casey did this at her residence, but she's not sure. Maya stated in part, no, well, what she said was that sometimes when she wanted to go out and not let nobody babysit her or anything, not leave her with her parents, that she'd go out after Caylee went to sleep. Then she'll sometimes knock her out and make her go to sleep until she got back. And when she gets back, she was asleep. because to her, I guess it was easier that way because her mom was already saying that she was an unfit mom and that she was already, talking about taking Caylee from her. So to her, just doing it that way secretively, nobody really knows. So that's the only time that she ever talked about how she handled her, but she never told me nothing else about it. A lot of the time, the only time that I ever asked her was like, well, what happened? And like, what happened that night? I never really went into depth with her because a lot of the times I didn't want to know. Stuff like that, you don't want to know. You don't want to know the truth about people. And a lot of stuff, like I ask her, like, how was her visit? That's when she'll make comments. Most of the time, we talked about stupid stuff. We goofed around. It was like throughout the whole couple of months that I was there with her, that's when she made little comments. When I might ask her about something, she'll... Hold on. Make comments about or laugh about something that is not funny. Being on the news and people yelling at her, baby killer, where's Caylee? Stuff like that, that's not funny. She'll laugh about it. When she said she would knock her out and then leave and then come home, did she ever say what home was? Was it where she lived? Was it? No. A friend's house, anything. She didn't tell me where she was. She just went home. She said home, so I figured it was her house or her parents' house. I don't know where she lived. I don't know who she lived with, but... And then the investigator said, well, what about what she used to knock Caylee out? Did she ever mention that to you? Well, what about... Okay, they said it again. And Maya says no, but I assume it's drugs because when somebody says knock out, it's drugs. And a lot of times it's referred to like any type of tranquilizer that will knock a person out and make them go to sleep. Casey Anthony never mentioned what she used to put Caylee Anthony to sleep. Maya mentioned another inmate, Robin Adams, also talked with Casey in the same fashion Maya did. Maya doesn't know if Robin ever discussed any of the above issues with Casey or if she overheard any of the above conversations. Maya said she reached out to us with this information because it's the right thing to do, and she asked for nothing in return. Maya said she had discussed being in the same dorm with Casey with Detective Brian Cross, who handled her case. He never told her to ask anything of Casey, but said it would be a good thing if Casey decided to talk to law enforcement. Maya never shared any of this information with Detective Cross. On December 23, 2009, Sergeant Mike Mason and I met with Corporal Juan Santiago of the Orange County Corrections Division. We were taken to the female dorm where we were able to view a control panel which showed the locations of all the cells in I dorm. I also asked if it was possible for inmates to communicate via the vent systems, to which Corporal Juan Santiago replied yes. We were taken to the area of K dorm, which is almost a mirror image of L dorm, to see how the cells are situated. We did not enter the dorm. Corporal Juan Santiago was given the name Robin Adams and said he would research the name and see if she was incarcerated at the same time as Maya and Casey. Hi, Lisa. How are you? Hello to Scooter. Upon return to my office, I compared the cell assignments for Maya and Casey Anthony for the period of their incarceration at the Orange County Jail. The cell assignments corroborate Maya's account of where she was housed in relation to Casey. On January 6th, 2010, now this is over 1 year from Caylee being found, right? A little over 1 year. Corporal Edwards and I met with Robin Adams at the Federal Correctional Institute in Tallahassee, Florida. Robin is currently incarcerated at this facility for an unrelated crime. Robin agreed to speak with us at this time, but this is the woman she was writing the letters to, okay? Robin Adams. Robin agreed to speak with us at this time, but refused to provide a sworn recorded statement unless she had an attorney present. Robin was concerned at something that occurred while at Orange County Jail while incarcerated there. She wanted to ensure she would not be charged with any other crimes. Robin was incarcerated at Orange County Jail from July 22nd to July 7th, 2009. And during this time, she was housed in the same dorm, Lima dorm, as Casey Anthony. She established a friendship with Casey, and both often communicated verbally and via letters. Although Robin Adams and Casey agreed to flush each other's letters after reading them, Robin kept the letters and marked and mailed them to a friend of hers, later identified as Tracy Neely. Casey told Robin that she had been essayed by her brother and her father. Casey said her brother had, hold on a minute, let me move this here. I got to move this way. Her brother had intimate relations with her until she was 15. She claims she was also essayed by George Anthony when she was younger, but she did not elaborate further. Robin believes Casey mentioned this in one of the letters she kept and mailed to Tracy. Casey confided to Robin that there was no Zenaida. Robin believes that this may have been written in one of the letters she kept and mailed to Tracy. Robin talked with Casey on a variety of topics. Casey told her that Caylee had trouble sleeping and she had to use chloroform to put her to sleep. Casey implied her mother, Cindy, may have brought the chloroform home when she worked at a local clinic. Robin spoke with Casey the day Caylee's remains were found on December 11, 2008, and after a chaplain informed Casey of the recovery, Casey told Robin law enforcement had found the body of a small child with a baby blanket inside a black garbage bag. As a note, the information regarding the baby blanket and black garbage bag was not made known to the jail chaplain, so Casey had knowledge of items only the suspect, certain law enforcement personnel, and certain medical examiners personnel knew. Robin told us that the letters written by Casey were mailed to her friend, were now in the possession of her father, Thomas McDonnell. She provided his name and phone number so we could contact him to obtain those letters. At approximately 1740, I met with Thomas McDonnell at his residence. Thomas voluntarily provided us with the original letters and envelopes in his possession regarding Casey Anthony. He also provided me with photocopies of some of these letters. Thomas McDonnell said the letters were originally mailed to Tracy Neely and then turned over to attorney Andrea Arnas in an effort to see if they could help Robin in her criminal case. Original photocopies of the letters were provided, but Andrea said she needed to see the originals in order to do handwriting comparisons and confirm the letters were indeed written by Casey. Thomas received the letters and photocopies once. Andrea Arnas was done with them, and he has retained them since. To his knowledge, these are all the letters written by Casey that were sent by Robin. Thomas provided me with a sworn recorded statement about the letters. On January 28, 2010, Sergeant John Allen, Federal Bureau of Investigation Intelligence Analyst, Karen Cowan, and I received the letters received from Thomas McDonnell. The letters written by Casey cover many topics, including alleged essay by Lee and possible abuse by her father, George. One letter mentions Zenaida and how she took Caylee, but under different circumstances. I made copies of all the letters and envelopes recovered from Thomas. On January 2nd, 2010, I turned over all the original letters and envelopes to the Federal Bureau of Investigation Intelligence Analyst Karen Cowan for processing. The photocopies obtained from Thomas were compared to the originals, and no copies existed to which originals cannot be found. These photocopies were submitted into evidence. On February 1st, 2010, I conducted a sworn recorded interview with Tracy Neely. Tracy confirmed she began receiving Casey's letters via Robin about October 2008. Robin instructed her to keep the letters safe. A few weeks after Robin's transfer to Federal Correctional Institute Tallahassee, oh, isn't that where Dunn is? Thomas McDonnell requested she make photocopies of the letters and deliver them to attorney Andrea Arnas. Several days later, she met with Andrea and turned over all the original letters and envelopes. Okay. On February 12, 2010, Florida Department of Law Enforcement agent Christopher Warr, Special Agent Charles Broadway responded to the Federal Correctional Institute in Tallahassee to try to speak to Robin upon request from Assistant State Attorney Linda Drain Burlick. Agent Warr and Agent Broadway would conduct the sworn recorded interview of Robin. At approximately 10:40 hours, we met with Robin. I introduced her to Agent Warr and Agent Broadway. Agent Warr and Agent Broadway were able to obtain a sworn recorded statement from Robin regarding her conversations with Casey. I was not present for this interview, but was given a copy of the interview once it was completed. On February 17, 2010, Sergeant Allen and Corporal Edwards conducted interviews with Linda Tinelli, Crystal Holloway, and Cecilia Benheda. On February 18th, Sergeant Allen told me that Crystal Holloway and her sister, Cecilia Benheda, were coming to the Orange County Sheriff's Office operations for additional interviews. At approximately 10:50 hours, Corporal Eric Edwards conducted a sworn recorded interview with Cecilia Benheda, a.k.a. Sky. Sergeant Allen and I were present for the interview. Cecilia was questioned about her knowledge of this case and her sister's involvement with the Anthony family. During the interview, we learned that Cecilia was incarcerated at Orange County Jail for several months, during which she had contact with Casey Anthony. As a jail trustee, Cecilia assisted in passing notes to and from Casey Anthony. These notes were to and from 3 other unidentified inmates. I showed her a photograph of Robin Adams and Maya in an effort to see if they were 2 of the 3 inmates, but Cecilia could not positively identify them. She never read the notes with the exception of one, which was a thank you note addressed to her from Casey. She did not keep this note. Cecilia believed she was incarcerated from August 2008 to January 2009, and she stated that the passing of notes was not orchestrated by or requested on behalf of any corrections officers. After having been released from jail, Cecilia learned that her sister Crystal established a friendship with George. She also learned that her sister had given George several $1,000s. However, his sister was not clear on what the money was to be used for. She met with George and Cindy on a few occasions, but they never spoke about this case with her. Even after learning she had been in jail with Casey, neither George or Cindy said anything about how their daughter was doing in jail. That's weird, guys, right? Hi, Matt. How are you? Nora Woods. Hi, Nora Woods. How's it going? I don't really remember this part. Was he having a intimate relationship with Crystal, or is it just a friendship? That's weird, right? Okay, very strange. Who's playing roulette? Somebody's playing roulette? Okay, Jen's got a feeling. All right, so Cecilia said her sister recently mentioned several conversations she had with George regarding the case. Crystal mentioned how George told her that the death of Caylee was an accident and somebody flew off the handle. Crystal also told her about an incident in which George grabbed Casey or Cindy by the throat. At 12:12 hours, I conducted a sworn recorded interview of Crystal. Sergeant Allen and Corporal Edwards were present. Crystal told us she had established a friendship, then a relationship with George. Wow. Beginning July of 2008. Wow. To October of 2009. During this relationship, George discussed aspects of this case and made certain statements indicating how Caylee Anthony died. Well, didn't she also say that they separated from, in 2005, right around Christmas time till almost her birthday or something? Remember that when she was in the interview? So I wonder if Georgie's been having extracurricular activities. She always gets confused in chat. Who? Oh, so look at that. Okay. Crystal began volunteering at Kid Finders for Caylee Anthony's search in July of 2008, where she met George Anthony. Oh my gosh. Really? Crystal introduced herself as Rivet, a nickname she has used for approximately 12 years. They exchanged telephone numbers over the next few months, spent time together at the Kid Finders tent, and later her residence. There were several occasions where George Anthony would come to her residence when she was alone. Thanks. And they would spend time together. During one of the visits to her house, George became emotional and talked about how Caylee's death was an accident that snowballed out of control. Regarding this conversation, Crystal Holloway said, but I was sitting on the floor, but I was like up against the couch, like next to his legs, and we were just talking, and he told me he respected me for never, and I said, well, what are you doing? You trying to make noise? Okay. I'm sure everybody in the chat's appreciating the noise. Okay. He was intentionally trying to make noise with that wrapper, just so you know. And I said, well, I'm not one to judge. I mean, I've done my stuff. And I said, but you know, I just can't imagine you and Cindy raising somebody that would do something like that. And then I kind of like turned away because my eyes were filling up and I was getting choked up. And then when I looked at him, he was crying. And he said it was an accident that snowballed out of control. So now I guess the investigator says, what was an accident? She doesn't answer. They say, what was the accident he was talking about? No answer. I need to hear it from your words. And Crystal says, the baby's death was an accident. Got out of control. Then they say, and what did he tell you the accident was? He didn't specify. How did it get out of control? He didn't specify. Okay, now this is supplemental report. Hold on a minute. She believes that George Anthony was telling her that death was an accident. And when Casey Anthony tried to cover it up, it just got really big. Crystal believes this conversation may have taken place just before her sister was released from Orange County Jail in December of 2008. Crystal believes that on this same day, George Anthony mentioned to her that Juliette Lewis, a person Casey Anthony claimed was the roommate of Zenaida Gonzalez, was made up and not a person. Casey Anthony knows George allegedly told Crystal she liked the actress by that name, and that is why she chose it. Wow. Craziness. Crystal also described an incident. George told her about having grabbed Casey Anthony by the neck. According to Crystal, George was mad. He was pissed. He wanted to know what she did with the baby. And she wouldn't talk. She would just sit there, and he couldn't take it anymore. And he just snapped. He grabbed her and he threw her up against the wall. And Cindy had to run and jump and get him off. When asked how he grabbed Casey, Crystal replied, around the throat. He grabbed her and he choked her like this, and threw her up against the wall. And he was like, I want you out of my get out, get the F out of my house. She believes the incident occurred on or about August 29, 2008, which is the night Caylee was arrested at the house for fraudulent check charges. Over the course of their friendship, Crystal said she gave George approximately $4,000 in cash. She claimed she gave him the money because he would tell her he did not know if he was going to lose his house and he had no money to eat. She thought Cindy knew of the donations until she met with her one day, and she asked Crystal if she'd been giving George Anthony money. At one point in or around January of 2009, George claimed he was going to lose his house and asked Crystal for $20,000. She did not comply with his request. Crystal presented us with a letter addressed to her home for River Rios. The letter was written by George Anthony, postmarked January 3rd, 2009. In the letter, George said he left 3 messages for her and that he and Cindy were concerned about her. I obtained the original letter and envelope and completed a property receipt. Crystal said a security guard who works at the front gate at her subdivision had witnessed George Anthony visit her several times from 2008 to 2009. The guard, identified as Jody Lee, could also confirm that Crystal asked that George Anthony no longer be allowed to enter the subdivision to visit her. During our interview with Crystal, she mentioned she knew a deputy sheriff employed by our agency. She said she never brought up anything about the Anthony case or her relationship with George Anthony to this deputy. She identified the deputy as Deputy Sheriff Anthony Whitmore. During our interview, Crystal allowed us to download her phone that contained dated photographs of her and George. The phone had several telephone numbers for George Anthony. Hi, Chrissy. How are you? Okay. At 15:34 hours, I conducted a sworn recorded interview of Deputy Whitmore. Sergeant Allen and Corporal Edwards were present. Deputy Whitmore has known Crystal for approximately 8 years. In short, she never mentioned this case or her relationship with George to him. The first time he learned she had something to do with this case was when we told him during this interview. Aside from this case, Deputy Whitmore has had no personal or professional involvement with this case. On February 19th, 2010, Sergeant Allen and I conducted a sworn recorded interview with Jody Lee, a Wackenhut employee assigned to the front gate guard shack of the Grand Ventura Country Club. She confirmed that George Anthony had been to the Grand Ventura as a guest of Crystal Holloway several times in 2009. He was considered a frequent guest of Crystal Holloway. After seeing him visit for about 2 to 3 months, Crystal told the front gate guards she no longer wanted George Anthony to pass the gate to visit her. Jody believes the first 2 times George visited, she would have noted his name and vehicle information on the visitor log. Also, on this date, Sergeant Allen and I met with Crystal Holloway at her residence, where she turned over 2 more notes from George to her and a digital camera, which may have more photographs of her with George. Those items were seized and documented on a property form. The camera was later turned over to computer forensics, Sandra Kwan, to be examined. Okay. All right, that's that. Now let's see what else we have. Okay. Caylee. Okay, Caylee. Annie Downing. Let's see what that is. Annie Downing. Okay, so this is Corporal Yuri Melch. EE will be the Corporal Eric Edwards. LD is Linda Drain Burdick. Warren, and AD is Miss Annie Dowling. January 6, 2009. Okay, this is right after Caylee's remains are found. I still write 8 on, thank you, 2008. I can't, we're on 2009. Okay, all right, let's get to the point. All right, today's date, January 7th, 2009. We're at the office of the state attorney, 415 Orange Avenue, Orlando, Florida. My name is Linda Drain Burdick. I'm the assistant state attorney here at the office of Lawson Lamar. Also present, Detective Yuri Malik, the Orange County Sheriff's Office, Detective Eric Edwards. From the same place, we have a witness here who will be sworn, and the witness is a lawyer by the name of Warren Lindsay, who came with the witness. Okay, and they ask her to state her name. She says Annie Lee Downing. All right, Mrs. Downing, are you here in response to the state attorney investigation subpoena that you were served some weeks ago? Okay, she says, yes, ma'am. Okay, and they say you brought a lawyer with you as well. Have you had the opportunity, or do you feel you've had the opportunity to discuss with your lawyer the protections that the investigative subpoena affords you? Yes, ma'am, says Annie. Do you have any questions about that? No, says Annie. Before we begin, do you understand your testimony here is being compelled and that you do not have any right to refuse to answer questions? Annie? Yes, ma'am. Then they say, okay, do you understand that what you tell us will not be held against you unless, unless you provide the false testimony to us? Yes, ma'am, says Annie. I understand. They say, okay, are you ready to begin? Yes, ma'am, she says. All right. One of the detectives will swear you in. So they swear her in. Okay. Then Yuri says, I'm Yuri Malik with the Sheriff's Office. Good afternoon. One of the reasons we wanted to bring you down here is because we're investigating the case of Caylee Anthony. As part of our investigation, we've talked to a lot of Casey's friends. A lot of people just know Casey in passing. Annie says, and our goal will be just to get a good idea of what Casey was like before I met her, which was on July 16th. Before I even start asking questions, let me ask you, why do you think we would want to talk to you about Casey? Annie says, because I was one of her best friends at one time. Yuri says, and what information do you think we are going to be asking you about Casey in regards to this case? Annie says, I don't have the slightest idea. Maybe the type of person she is or was. Yuri says, okay. How long have you known Casey? She says, probably since I was in 10th grade. Okay, and you guys? Annie says, which would be I graduated in 03. And then another detective, Eric, says, let me simplify this, if I may, for a second. Did you watch any of this on TV? It's hard to, it's all over. And he says, I actually don't at all. Really? Eric says, you haven't seen any of it? And he says, no, not for the last few months. I can't. Eric says, so if there was anything that you saw and said, boy, if they are curious about that, if they knew this, that would make sense to them now. You see what I'm trying to say? Is there anything about her life that you alluded to there? And he says, I don't quite understand what you're asking me. Eric says, is there anything that you think that we need to know before we start asking our questions? What we're trying to do here is see the level of cooperation or information that you're willing to give us freely before we start asking direct and pointed questions. And he says, in regards to, Eric says, her and her lifestyle and the baby. And he says, I think that the media, whether it's you or the media, has put her out to be somebody who I don't know her to be. I thought you just said you don't watch any media, Annie. Liar. Okay. Eric says, okay. Annie says, but again, we really weren't the best of friends when all this happened. Eric says, okay, fair enough. Well, we'll go to the question route. Yuri says, okay. You've known each other since 10th grade. You went to the same high school, Colonial High? Yes, sir. They put the wrong name in. Eric cast. That's her. Yuri says, and in your group of friends, would you say your group of friends were when you guys were going to high school? And he says, when I was going to high school, I wasn't really friends with her. You just said you were one of her best friends since What? Oh, okay. And he says, and I knew her. I knew who she was. I knew her friends. The people that are my friends now, I didn't really, they weren't my group of friends in high school. Yuri says, what was she like in high school? Annie says, athlete. Yuri says, mm-hmm. Annie says, socially, I really didn't know her. Yuri says, okay, you never went to parties with her or anything like that? Annie says, no, sir. What's going on there? What's going on? Where's she going? Where's Scooter going? Chrissy's telling her, don't worry. Where are you going?
She's going to a casino.
Oh, okay. Gosh.
With her sister.
Oh, okay.
And I told her to play 2 numbers.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So, when did you guys? Okay, where were you? When you say, what did you say? You said before we even started. I asked you that you were here. You said because. See, now he's asking her too. You said because you and she were best friends at one time. And he says, and then Yuri says, when did you guys become best friends? Become friends and best friends. Annie says, it's 09 now. Yuri says, you want to use a gauge of when the child was born and then go from there? Annie says, Caylee was at the Caylee's second birthday was August of, it would have to be 07 because 08 she would have been 3. Yuri says, mm-hmm. And he says, so the end of 06, so end of 06, he says the last couple of months of 06, the first 3 or 5 months of 07. No, because I still went to Caylee's birthday, so the end of 06, beginning of 07 to a few months after Caylee's birthday is when we were very good friends. Yuri says, a few months after Caylee's birthday? Annie says, second birthday. Yuri says, last year in 07? Annie says, in 07. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, 2 years ago. Yuri says, 2 years ago? So you guys were best friends for about a year, roughly? Annie says, roughly, yes. Yuri says, and did you ever live together at all? Annie says, no, sir. Yuri says, where were you living when you first, I guess, became friends with her? Oh, not in high school. You said you became best friends. Where were you living in 06? Annie says, in 06, I was at Sawgrass Apartments. Yuri says, okay, who were you living with? Annie says, my ex-boyfriend, Dante Salati. Yuri says, and how long did you live there until? Annie says, she sighs, March of 07, I believe. I'm not exactly sure of the month of the date, but definitely it was March. You're not exactly sure, but definitely it was March. Annie, you really sound like a liar. Within a couple of months of March, beginning of 07. Yuri says, do you know when? Do you remember when you moved there? How long did you live there? Annie says, we resigned a lease. Resigned a lease? I think she means signed a lease. In October and November of the year prior. We lived there for a full year, so we renewed our lease, and I was only there a few more months. Yuri says, so you renewed your lease in 07? Annie says, yes. And Yuri says, and no, you... Then Annie's like, no, 06. Oh, this girl, come on. Yuri says, got in March '07 and you renewed it in October '06. You were there in, say, October '05, roughly? And he's like, roughly. Yuri's like, okay. And he's like, October, November. Yuri says, so from 2005, October? And he says, I was there a little bit less than a year and a half. Yuri says, you always lived with Dante the whole time? And he says, yes, just me and him. Yuri says, was there any of your mutual friends that lived at Sawgrass at the time? And he says, he knew somebody that lived there. I don't know their name. And I had a friend of mine that lived there briefly when we first moved in. Yuri says, and what's her name? And he says, Yuri says, or his name? And he says, her name was Caylee Lawton. The other guy says, you have her spelling? She says, Carly, I believe. I'm not positive. And then Layton, Layton. Yuri says, and she lived in Sawgrass? What time period? And he says, it had to have been when we first moved in because she moved out. Yuri says, so end of '05, beginning of '06? Yes, Annie says. Yuri says, and what part of Sawgrass did she live in? Annie says, she lived past me. Building number, I don't know anything. Yuri said, towards the back, towards the front. Annie says, it was maybe a building or two over from me, but past towards the back. Yuri says, go. Annie says, yes. Yuri says, through the front entrance and past the office. And he says, past where I lived. Yuri says, around the corner. And he says, past where I lived, a couple of buildings down on the first floor. Yuri says, anyone else that you guys knew as mutual friends that lived over in Sawgrass? And he says, not that I can recall. Oh my gosh, Annie. Yuri says, what about after you moved out? Did you, aside from Dante, who's still living there? And he said, I've never been back, so I don't know if anybody that lives there. Yuri says, so you never went back to Sawgrass at all since you moved out? And he says, not since I moved out. Yuri says, so you haven't been back since March of '07, roughly? And he says, not that I can recall, no. Yuri says, you never went to a party there or? No, sir, Annie says. Met anyone there or just use it as kind of a staging area to meet, get in the car and go? No, sir, Annie says. Okay, Yuri says, in the year or so that you were best friends with Casey, how would you describe her? What type of girl was she? Girl. What type of girl was she? Oh my gosh, the spelling on this is horrendous. Was she a homebody? Did she like to go out and party? What was she like? What was she like? Annie says, she appeared to be more of a homebody. We like to go shopping. That's what we did. We went shopping. I'm young. I do go out. I do party. And most of the time she wasn't there with my group of friends. But I thought you were her best friend, Annie. What the heck, Annie? You sound like... Okay, sorry. Yuri, Annie says, she was definitely to me more of a homebody. Yeah, she really seems like a homebody. Yuri says, so she was best friends with you. See, this is funny. Yuri's on to Annie, just like we are. But you don't have the same group of friends, or... Annie says, no, we do. We do. Yeah, okay, Annie. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, have the same group of friends, but she never went out because she had Caylee. Yuri says, who were your group of friends when you guys were best friends? Who was your group of friends? Annie sighs. Oh, Sean, Daly. I mean, I have a huge group of friends. Yuri says, Annie says, Brandon Snow. Sounds like a fake name. Jonathan Daly. You just said Sean Daly. My ex-boyfriend, Dante. Yuri's like, uh-huh. And he's like, Corey Layson. Probably leaving out people. I know that I am. Yeah, that doesn't sound like, that's not the definition of a huge group, Annie. Come on. Okay. Then Yuri says, uh-huh. Annie says, Daniel, I there's a lot of friends. Yuri says, but a lot of people that we've talked to, in essence, Annie says, probably I don't. Yuri says, you're saying your group of, Annie's like, I don't know. Yuri's like, friends. Annie's like, I don't know who you've talked to. Yuri said, so Casey was described as a homebody? Maybe you guys go shopping together? When Annie says, and she occasionally did go out. Yuri says, when she did go out, what would you guys normally do? What was your idea of a good time? Annie says, well, we throw parties or go downtown, but that's mainly it. Yuri says, how did, when she went out, as far as drinking, how is she as a drinker? Annie says, she rarely got wasted. She most of the time drove, so she'd have a beer or two and be done. Yuri says, uh-huh, what? Annie says, when she was around me. Yuri says, what about on her 21st birthday party? Annie says, she got annihilated. Yuri says, okay, what about drugs? When you guys went out as far as recreational drugs, whether it be ecstasy or Xanax, smoking marijuana or doing cocaine, anything like that? Well, what do you know that she would do? Annie says, nothing. She never did anything around me. Yuri says, okay, what do you know that she would do? Annie says, I don't know that she's ever done anything. Yuri says, she never talked to you or told you that she tried with this or experimented with this? No, sir, not to my knowledge. Yuri says, so in the whole time that you guys were best friends, I'm just narrowing it between 06 and 07. Now, she never told you, hey, I went out, whether you were there or not, or whether you were present or not. She never told you anything about, hey, I just popped this. Boy, it makes you feel good. Hey, I just took this. Okay. Annie says, not that I can remember. No, sir. Yuri says, did she ever ask you if you had a connection or could help her with getting any type of drug? Annie says, no, sir. Yuri says, did you ever have, let me rephrase that. What was the last time you have ever had a prescription for Xanax? Annie says, last time I had a prescription for Xanax, I was a junior, senior in college. I think more my junior year of college. And I went straight to college out of high school. Yuri says, so you graduated in 03, so you're talking about 05 is the last time you've had a prescription for Xanax? And Annie's like, 05? Listen, I'm not exactly sure. I don't remember the last time I went to that doctor. Yuri says, what were you taking the Xanax for? Anxiety or? Annie says, yes, sir. Yuri says, what doctor was it? Annie says, oh, I have no clue. Oh my gosh. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, I could tell you where the office is. What the doctor's name was? I don't remember. Hi, Bucky. Yuri says, where was the office? Annie's like, if you take 436 down Aloma and you make a left on Aloma and it's a building on the left-hand side. You have to make a U-turn to get to it. Yuri says, so it's near Aloma and 436? Annie's like, yeah, it's maybe a block or two down. Yuri says, Analoma? Annie says, Analoma if... Yuri says, east or west towards... Annie's like, it'd be west because you'd be going north and make a left, so it'd be west. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, I have to check my insurance to see what the name of the doctor was. Yuri says, well, when you had this prescription for Xanax, did Casey ever ask you for a pill, either for not telling you where she was going to, what she was going to do with it, but did she ever ask you for a pill or say? Annie says, no, sir. Yuri says, hey, did she ever try to buy a pill from you? Annie says, no, sir. Yuri says, what if I told you that she had conversations with people that you had access to Xanax and she was able to get it from you and she was kind of telling her friends that? What would you say to that, Annie? Annie says, it's not the truth. Not for me. Yuri says, not from you? Is there any other person that you guys know of in your group of friends named Annie that had a prescription for Xanax that you know of? Annie said, I'm the only person that I know of named Annie. Wow. Okay. I want to show you something. This is off of an unallocated clusters. It's there were bookmarks on the top of page 1, and it's got a case number here listed to the left. It's actually her old case number. Take a second, if you would, and just go ahead and read through this. It's a chat log. It starts off with the first person. There is Marie. Take a second to read through that, okay? And then let me know when you're done. Annie says, okay. Yuri says, did you recognize any of I'm going to use the word handles, of any of the labels over here as someone you know? Annie says, yeah, I know Casey's screen name. Yuri says, okay. Is Casey, Marie Casey Anthony, screen name? Annie says, it's one I've talked to her on, yes. Yuri says, what about Special Agent Jag 4? Do you know who that is? Annie says, no, sir. Yuri says, okay, we do. We talked to him. And we asked him about this conversation, and he narrowed it down, that it took place roughly the middle to the end of 2007. And I want to say last year, but I know it's 2 years ago. The reason I asked you the questions before is based on, partially based on this sheet right over here where it says, I can hit my friend Annie up for some Xanax. Why would Casey be telling people that she could hit you up for Xanax if you've never given it to her and you're the only Annie we know that had a prescription for Xanax? Why would she say that to people? Why, Annie? Why? Why lying, Annie? Annie says, I don't know. And she had a prescription for it, whether or not she thought I I would give it to her. That's beyond me. Yuri says, and you're saying you never gave her any Xanax? Annie says, no, sir. Yuri says, did you ever find any Xanax missing and thought that she might have taken it? Annie says, I didn't count my pills. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you the honest truth. Oh, boy. Yuri says, did you ever suspect her of taking anything from you, such as Xanax or pills? Annie says, no, not to my knowledge. But again, I didn't count my pills. Yuri says, okay, so. Annie says, and it was as needed prescription. It wasn't that I was taking it on a regular basis. Yuri says, did you ever end up taking all the pills in the bottle? Like, Annie says, yeah, I finished the bottle. Yuri says, you did finish it? Annie says, yes, sir. Yuri said, the bottle was finished? Says Annie. Yuri says, how long did that bottle last? You do know. Do you know? Do you know? Okay. Annie says, I wouldn't be able to tell you months. Yeah, I know, Megan Else. Yuri says, okay. And again, roughly 05, 06. But we'd be able to check with, Annie says, Yuri says, the doctor? Can I? Annie says, I'd have to check. Yuri says, could it have been 07? Annie says, I graduated college in 07. August of 07. No, I don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't know. I don't feel comfortable saying yes. I know for sure without looking at my medical history. Okay, says Yuri. Annie says, but I don't think so. Right. How'd the finger go?
It's on.
Okay.
It's over there.
Okay. One of the things I'd like to ask you, and through your attorney, maybe you can help us out, is I'd like to get the name of the doctor who prescribed you the Xanax. So if that's something that you can get to Mr. Lindsay, and Mr. Lindsay, yes, sir, can you give it to me? I appreciate it. How would you explain that sentence? Just in your own opinion, how would you explain Casey saying that? Annie says, Yuri says, what? Annie says, untrue. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, absolutely untrue. Yuri says, so she's just pretty much lying, saying that that she could hit you up for Xanax, because you read this, correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me like it's not a hard thing for her to do, just call you up and say, hey, give me some Xannies, or can I have some of this? And you'd be able to provide it. That's what I read into this. Do you read it in a different way? Or Annie says, no, I read it the same way as you do, but Yuri says, but this is Annie says, my prescription was for me, not for anybody else. Only me. Yuri says, this is untrue. Eric said, you need a break? Yuri says, yeah, okay, I'm going to stop the tape now in just a moment. They hit pause. Okay. Then they're back. Yuri says, all right, we're back on tape. Annie says, then he says, in regards to this conversation, no explanation other than it was a lie? Annie says, it's completely untrue. Like, it's my prescription. It was for me and my medical necessity. Yuri says, okay, and you never gave that pill to Casey? Annie says, no, sir, not. Yuri says, and did you ever give it to anyone? Did you ever give the Xanax pills of yours from your prescription to anyone else? Annie says, yes, sir. Okay. Do you know if any of these people ever gave it to Casey? No. Look how she lies. Okay, here she is. That's my prescription. Me. Then, did you ever give any of yours to anyone else? Yes, sir. What the heck is with this girl? Oh my gosh. Yuri's like, okay, do you know if any of these people ever gave it to Casey? And he's like, no. Yuri's like, so this couldn't have been, hey, I could hit up Annie, but in truth, she'd be calling someone to ask you to give it. Annie says, yeah, one person, one time, and that was it. Oh, okay, now it's one person, one time. Yuri says, who was it? And he's like, and I saw them take it. Watch them. Yuri's like, who was that? And he's like, sighs. Yuri says, it's not a hard question. Come on, Annie. And her lawyer says, answer every question, Annie. And then Annie says, Sean Daly. Yuri says, okay, I'm not I'm not here to jam any, and he's like, okay. Yuri's like, to jam Sean up, or, and he's like, and I'm nervous, so, okay, great, Annie. Yuri says, Annie, and that's okay. I'm not here to make you nervous. I understand the environment may make you nervous. Annie's like, yeah. Yuri says, but, so going back to drug use, as far as you don't know of any drugs that Casey would have taken. And I focused it on the times of 06 and 07 when you were best friends. Now, I'm going to make this overall in the time that you've known her. You're tearing up here. I am, says Annie. What's the matter, says Yuri. I'm just nervous. Yuri says, there's no need to be nervous, Annie. We're not here to get anyone into trouble, okay? We're just here to get to the truth, all right? Then another one says, let me see if I can find some more Kleenex for you. Yuri says, you need a couple of moments? You need a minute or two? LD exits the room and speaks to unknown persons. Anyone have Kleenex? We've got a crier in here. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, this is hard for me to understand. Where did you go to college, Annie? You graduated college? Bachelor's degree? Okay. Yuri says it's been hard for a lot of people that were Casey's friends, because a lot of people are just like you, and they have a different impression of what she was like. And I've asked several people that have said she was a good mother, but she was. Yuri says, unfortunately. And he's like, I know. Yuri said, all these people also said something's changed. And that's what we're trying to kind of pinpoint down. We're trying to figure out what changed. We're not trying to pass blame on another person. We're not trying to say that. She gets the tissues, I guess. Thank you. Yuri says, we're not trying to say that Annie did something to make Casey bad, or Annie did something to hurt the child. We're not saying that at all, but there are a lot of unanswered questions that we're just trying to get answers to, and that's all we're here for. So do you know if anyone has had Casey confided in you or told you anything about drug use or experimenting since you guys ended up becoming best friends? Like in the whole time that you've known her up until today, I already mentioned to you about, and he says, she never was really into that. Like I said, whoever we went out with rarely drank or to get drunk. We'd go out, she'd have a beer because she most of the time drove, Yuri says. Mm-hmm. And he says, she'd have to be home because of Caylee. Not to my knowledge did she just wasn't into that. Yuri says, do you know of any of her family members that may have had problems with it? What did he ask her? Not that I know of. No, sir, I don't. Not that I can think of. Eric says, can I get some additional on a statement you just made? If you went out, she wouldn't drink very much because she'd have to be home because of the baby? Annie, yes, sir. Eric, did you have any knowledge of phone calls that Cindy would make to her while you were out? Or was there any? Annie's like, it happened frequently. Cindy would call. Eric says, okay. Annie says, frequently. What time are you going to be home? Why are you out so late? Eric says, okay, so what? Annie says, because. Eric says, what was her general attitude towards that? Annie's like, most of the times, apparently she lied to her mom all the time, saying, I'm at work, I'm at work, I'm at work, when she was out. I found out later that she was always saying that she was at work. I'm sorry. Yuri says, it's okay. Annie says, and her mom would just call, where are you? When are you going to be home? When are you going to be home? You know? I want to go to bed. I want to, you know. And she wanted her home to take care of her own daughter. Eric says, and you witnessed this how many times? How many times do you think? Or was it just so commonplace that Andy's like, I was. It was her mom would call almost every single time we were out. She'd yell at her for one thing or another or to see where she was at. Eric's like, and Yuri says, what do you mean? What do you mean to yell? I'm sorry. And he's like, oh, I know a lot of the truth now. I thought you said you didn't watch anything, Annie. Like, for instance, when I graduated from UCF, Casey was going to go with me to my graduation. And on the way to graduation, Casey's mom called and said, you need to get home now. And so she had a conversation with her mother, and she said she had to leave. Casey told me, my mom was mad at me because I didn't register for Valencia classes. When I found out later from her mother that it was really because they found a credit card statement where Casey spent a lot of their money. So Eric's like, what date was that on? Do you remember? August 07. I don't know the exact date, but it was, affirmative, because I graduated 4 years after I graduated high school. So August of 07, it was definitely in the summer. Definitely. Yuri says, does Casey ever talk about that? And he's like, stealing money? Yuri's like, at the time to you, and he's like, no, absolutely not. Yuri said, something you learned after the fact? And he said, I had no clue. Yuri said, when did you find this out? Annie, right after Caylee went missing. We would have these conversations with her parents, and that's when I found out a lot about Casey that I didn't know. Yuri says, after Caylee went missing, or after Casey went to jail, Annie says, after it was. Yuri says, because Annie says, it went public that I thought you didn't watch anything, Annie. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, after July 16th. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, shortly after July 16th. Eric says, so solidify the event from August there. Did she actually have to turn around and leave your graduation and go home? Annie says, she rode with me. Her ex-boyfriend, Jesse Grund, came and picked her up and brought her home because I obviously had to go to graduation. So, Eric says, she was upset about this. Annie says, Eric says, so her social life was obviously, it was a burden to have to turn around and go home all the time because of and he says, that was the only time there was ever that she was ever with me doing something when she had to stop what she was doing and go home. That's the only time I can ever remember that that's ever happened. Eric says, but you witnessed other phone calls where you would go out from, and he said, and her mom would just ask, where are you? Where are you? Eric said, and that was how often? And he's like, honestly, I think it happened probably every time we went out. Eric's like, every time? And he's like, every time we went out, her mom And, Yuri says, would call at least once. Yuri says, and given the fact that you guys didn't go out very much, you might do some shopping, or you didn't party very much. And he's like, that night, the times we would go out at night, her mother would go on, which I say she went out with us maybe once a month, whether it was a house party or we went downtown maybe once a month. Yuri said, how could you describe her relationship with her mother? And he says, again, something that I thought was a different relationship. She, Casey, made it seem like her mother was this horrible person. Excuse me. And that she's trying to control her life and take Caylee away from her, and wanted Caylee to call Cindy Graham or Mom instead of Grandmom. And then from Cindy, it wasn't like that. Yuri said, so you were hearing the first part you just told me. That was what Casey was telling you. Annie says, that's what Casey told me, yes. And then Eric says, when? Annie says, all the time. She used her mom always. Like I remember at Kaylee's second birthday party, we were all sitting down, opening presents, and Cindy was helping. And Casey was getting so upset, you know. This is my daughter. This is my daughter, and my mother's trying to take her, you know, trying to take my job out of it. Her mom was trying. Cindy was just trying to play mom instead of letting Casey play mom or be mom. Eric said, and this is in front of everybody? Annie says, uh-huh. Eric says, so it was very obvious to everyone that was there, maybe uncomfortable even, that they were arguing about that. Or Annie's like, no, she was arguing about it. Casey pulled me aside. Okay, says Eric. And Annie says, and was like, I'm so upset. You know my mom's doing this. My mom's doing that. And she was just upset by it. And it was her daughter's second birthday. Yuri says, Casey, tell you anything about her mother? Annie says, I'm sorry. What was that you said? Yuri said, did Casey ever tell you anything about Cindy, her mother, telling Casey that she was a bad mother, she was an unfit mother, that she was going to take Caylee away because of that, or take custody of Caylee? Threatened to take custody of Caylee? Annie says, not to mine, not that I remember. I don't think that. Yuri says, Casey never made a mention of that to you? Annie says, not that I can think of. No, sir. Yuri says, when you guys were best friends back in 06 and 07, where was Casey working? Where did she tell you where she was working? Annie says, she told me she was working at at Sports Authority for first, yeah, says Yuri. Okay, Yuri. Annie says, then at Universal, she was an event planner at Universal after Sports Authority. Yuri says, and an event planner. How did you ever go to her work? Or no, sir. See her office? And so when did you say she started as an event planner at Universal? Annie's like, I really don't recall. Yuri's like, you guys are still best friends? Annie's, yeah, we were still very good friends at that time. Yuri says, so at least up until March of 07, sometime before March of 07, she told you she worked for Universal? Annie, yes. Yuri says, and as an event planner? Annie says, yes, sir. Yuri says, okay. And did that ever change after 07? Did she ever tell you anything different? No, not that I can think of. No, sir, says Annie. Did she ever tell you anything about her college and what classes she was enrolled in? Annie says, like I said to you, when she went to my college graduation link, her mom was upset with, she said her mom was upset with her because she didn't enroll in college classes. Come to find out, she didn't even have a high school diploma. I didn't know that. Yuri says, what did she tell you after the fact that she was going to class? Did she ever tell you how hard it was going to school? Or Annie says, she told me she was, Yuri says, college? Annie says, planning on going. Yuri says, uh-huh. She says, again, there was, I would say, so 09, 08, 07, like October or November of 07, we were just acquaintances, not friends like we were before at all. Yuri says, so after you guys ceased becoming best friends, just in passing? And he says, just in passing, like, because my group of friends was airbase. Affirmative. Okay, Yuri says. Annie says, we were. She'd always come back to us. She'd go find different groups of friends, meet new people, but she always came back to us, always. Yuri says, who? When you guys were best friends and she went out to go shopping with you, shopping or whatever, who would watch Caylee? And he's like, a lot of times Caylee would be with us. Yuri's like, okay, when she wasn't with you, who would watch Caylee? And he's like, I assumed it was her mother. Yuri said, did she ever tell you anyone else watched Caylee? Because I know you guys had some common friends back sometime before the Sports Authority thing. Annie says, I know that Lauren Gibbs. Yuri says, uh-huh. Annie says, used to watch her when she was an infant, when Caylee was first born. Yuri says, uh-huh. And then Annie says, used to watch her. Oh, Annie says, uh-huh. When that stopped, I don't know. Yuri says, uh-huh. Annie says, when Lauren stopped watching her, but she may have mentioned that the nanny did once or twice, but Eric says, do you, and think about that real hard now. Did she mention her that you can recall, or is that just from recent events that have maybe planted in your own mind now? And then Annie's like, maybe that's planted in my head. I don't know. I could have sworn in a time. Eric says, so you couldn't swear that you have ever heard Casey Anthony refer to the nanny? You couldn't swear that 100%? And he says, one time, I know for sure, July 5th, 11 days before she was, I understand she was arrested on the 26th, correct? I thought you weren't watching any media, Annie. The freak. Uh-huh, says Yuri. So July 5th was the last time that I saw her before she was arrested. She definitely mentioned that day. Oh, she's with the nanny, because I remember my dad ran into her a week or two before. Ran into Casey, saw Casey at liquor store, and my dad asked about Caylee, and I said, oh, my dad ran into you. He didn't say anything to you. He didn't know if you recognized him. He didn't see Caylee. I was like, was Caylee with you? And she says to me, no, I wouldn't bring my daughter to a liquor store. Are you crazy? Annie, freak. Yuri says, so that's the first time you ever heard Casey mention a nanny? Annie's like, that one time. Yuri's like, was on the... And he's like, I know. Yuri's like, 5th of July?
Annie's like, specifically, she said. Yuri said, last year? Annie said, yes. Yuri says, oh wait, prior to that, any independent, where are we? And Annie says, no, that I can recall. No, sir. I know for sure that date, though, because I remember her saying that. Eric says, well, Yuri says, and as for, I'm sorry. Yuri says, it's okay. As for, what date did that occur? Eric says, at the liquor store. And what liquor store, do you know? And he says, I have to ask my dad if he remembers. Eric says, would you be willing to do that? And he says, yeah, but I don't see why not. Okay, says Eric. And he says, if he remembers, it was definitely before that, not long before that, but maybe a week before. Eric says, a week before the 5th? Uh-huh, says Annie. Eric says, okay. Yuri says, has she ever mentioned to you a friend by the name of Zenaida? Annie, not that I can recall. Yuri, in the group of friends that you guys have, does any of your friends have a friend called Zenaida? Not that I can recall. Yuri says, what about Jeffrey Hopkins? I know he went to high school with you guys. And he's like, I know a Jeffrey Hopkins. Yuri says, okay, do you know Caylee ever date Jeffrey Hopkins? Personally, physically, see them together? And he says, physically? No. See them together in a relationship type way? No, sir. Yuri says, okay, how do you tie in Jeffrey Hopkins to Caylee except for the high school part? How do you tie them both together? And he says, no other relation? Yuri says, did Caylee ever tell you she was dating Jeffrey Hopkins? And he sighs. Caylee told me she dated a lot of people. I don't think so, but then again, I'm not... Like I said, there's always a different guy that she would mention. I'm not sure. Yuri says, has she ever mentioned dating a guy who has a son named Zachary, sorry. And he says, not that I can recall. Yuri says, did she ever mention anything about Caylee having a play buddy named Zachary? Same age? And he says she had a playmate that the person, okay, now this is coming back to me. Yeah, now it's all coming back to me now, Celine Dion. Someone would come over to the house and watch Caylee and bring, I thought it was a girl, though. Yuri says, hold on a minute. Oh my God. Okay. Yuri says, and he says, Yuri says, come over to which house? Who? And he says, her parents' house? Yuri says, okay, so it's someone that, Annie says, where she lived? Yuri says, someone that would be there with her parents there. Annie says, no, it was when they were at work. Caylee was at work, that they would bring, it was a female would bring, I want to say it was a girl, but another friend of Caylee's, and they'd play because I remember her telling me that she'd get mad because the house would be a wreck. She'd have to clean it up after them. She doesn't do the dishes. She leaves toys everywhere. That's the most common story I got. Yuri says, but were you ever at the house when... Annie says, no, sir. I've never witnessed it. Yuri says, that's just her telling you that? Annie says, that was just her telling me. Yuri says, okay. Then Eric says, bear with me because July 5th, when you asked her that question and she made a reference to this Zanny,
Annie's like, she said the nanny. Eric said, the nanny? Annie said, the nanny she was working at. Something's wrong with me tonight. I'm sorry. Eric said, okay. That's the first time you can recall her ever saying that? Eric says, where did that conversation take place? Annie said, Buffalo Wild Wings at Waterford Lakes. Like I said, I just remembered what she had told me before that. Yuri said, so the night you went out with her, with Sean Daly, and Annie says it was. Yuri said, I want to say, Annie says, me, Sean. Yuri's like, Dante? Was Dante there? Annie's like, I don't think he was there. Listen. Annie's like, Lassen? Yuri's like, okay. Annie's like, Lassen was there. Lassen was definitely there. Yuri said, okay. Annie says, and a couple of other people were there. Yuri says, so that's the time that she brought up the nanny? Annie said, that's the first time I met her last boyfriend, too. Eric says, that's okay. That was my next. So she was there with who? Annie said, Tony. His name was Tony. Okay. Eric said, okay. So you were introduced to him? Okay. Annie said, hi, I'm Annie. That's it. Okay, all right, Eric says. Yuri says, all right. How was her relationship with her brother Lee? Annie said, they seemed to be very, very close. Yuri said, did she ever mention any problems she had with her brother? Annie says, again, knowing what I now know about her lying, I thought you didn't watch media. And so much stuff. Yuri says, what did she tell you at the time? Annie said, just that she'd say Leah's trying to control her life, just like her parents were. The basic, but for the most part they appeared to have a very good relationship, like really close friends. You know, older brother, younger sister, like I've hung out with them together. Yuri says, she never mentioned any problems she had with Lee as they were growing up. I mean, and let me rephrase that because I know there's a lot of things here. Did she ever mention any problems with Lee possibly abusing her, touching her, doing something to her while she was growing up? Annie's like, no, not that. Come on, pig. Yuri says, never mentioned? And he's like, no, sir. Yuri said, what about, we'll skip to George real quick. What about George? Anything about him doing that? Or? And he said, she didn't. She made it sound like she didn't have a good relationship with her father and that she did not like her father. Okay, Yuri says, we'll get back to him. Go back to Lee. Before, when we turned off the tape, there was conversation off tape real quick about Lee and then Casey. And it seemed like there might be something that you wanted to add to that. I didn't want to take you off too far off track to that. So I'll give you, and he's like, well, just like the last time I talked to Lee on the phone, Yuri's like, when was that? And he says, I don't know an exact date. Yuri's like, then Annie's like, Yuri's like, yesterday, a week ago? Annie's, no. Yuri's like, a year ago? And he's like, a couple of months ago? Okay, Yuri says. Then Annie says, last year or 2008. Yuri says, okay. And he says, but a couple of months ago, I couldn't tell you the exact date. I don't remember. Yuri says, uh-huh. And he says, he called me to give me a heads up and say that, that you would be calling me, that you. Yuri says, well. And he says, wanted to talk to me. Yuri says, let's give you a heads up. Lee gave you a heads up. Annie's like, yes. Yuri said, was this before Casey got out of jail for the first time, or had she been in and out? Annie's like, I think she had already been in and out. That was right after that conversation that you just showed me. Right after that came out. Yuri's like, okay. Annie's like, right after that was out on the news. You said you didn't watch the news. Boy, you are a liar and nothing. Oh, this is not going to be good. She's a liar. Yuri's like, okay. Annie's like, Then Yuri says, Lee called you and said I would be calling? Annie's like, yes, because you had talked to Melina. Yuri's like, and what did he tell you to do? Annie's like, he told me, he told me that Melina had just come in and just talked to you. And he said to me, I just want to let you know that they'll be contacting you. They said that to Melina. Do you know Annie? Do you know if she does drugs? Would you be willing to go try to buy drugs from her? And he told me that Melina said, no, I'm not willing to help you in any way, shape, or form. And he said, he told me, we all know Casey's done bad things, but you need to protect yourself. You need to. If they call you, you need to tell them the truth. You need to tell them anything you know, because if there was something that you need to tell them, and that was it. Yuri says, did Lee tell you to withhold any information? And he says, absolutely not. Yuri says, from us if we called? And he's like, he said the exact opposite. Yuri says, okay. He said, don't protect Casey. Yuri says, as far as bad things go with Casey, and I'll make it a very general question, and we'll see where it goes from there. Even Lee acknowledged that Casey had done some bad things. What bad things come to mind if I tell you Casey's done some bad things, and I asked you to tell what Casey's done that are bad, what comes to mind? Annie, lying to everybody she knows, more than one. I mean, she's everything I knew or thought I knew about her was a lie. I mean, Yuri says, and what else? Annie's like, stealing money, obviously. Yuri said, did she ever steal money from you? Yuri, let's see. Annie says, not that I know of. Yuri says, in hindsight, after everything that's come out, did you have any money go missing? And now that you're kind of in retrospect, questioning it, thinking it, Annie's like, I couldn't place fingers on it. No. Yuri says, you ever have substantial money or money go missing? And Annie, I never hold. Yuri says, couldn't explain it. And he says, a lot of cash, Yuri says, what about credit cards? What about, like, charges? And he says, I don't have a, And he says, I don't have a credit card. I have a debit card, and that is monitored. And I would know if there is a penny missing. Yuri says, so what other bad things would you say if I asked you, as far as Casey's bad things, what else would you say that she did that was bad? And he says, the thing that I'm most heard about is the lies and obviously stealing money from people. Yuri says, what about to you personally, that you personally know, not that what you heard, but you personally? And he says, what? The lie that she said that I think that's horrible? Yuri says, oh, about the Xanax comment? And he says, yeah, I think that's horrible. Yuri says, and? And then Yuri says, because it's made me look like somebody I'm not. Oh, that Annie says, because it's made me look like somebody I'm not. Yuri says, and she told you that she worked at Sports Authority, and she didn't? Uh-huh, says Annie. Yuri says, and she told you that she worked at... Annie says, she worked at Universal. Yuri says, Universal? Annie says, but she didn't. Yuri says, when she didn't, what other lies did she tell you that you realize or came to realize she's lying? Annie says, school, Yuri says, well, she said she was thinking about going to school, but she never said that she went to college, right? Annie says, no, she never said she went to college. No, she never said she went to college, but that her mom wanted her to go to college. Yuri says, what about, Caylee? As far as, Caylee's dad, what did she ever tell you about Caylee's father? Oh, here we go. She says he died in a car accident either the day before or the day of Caylee's second birthday party. Yuri says, so he died in an auto accident in 2007, August of 2007? Uh-huh, yes, sir, says Annie. Yuri says, where? Annie says, not in Florida. Yuri says, did she say anything about, well, what about his name? Did she say anything about that, what his real name is? Do you remember what she said about his name was? Eric. Yuri says, Eric what? And he says, I don't remember the last name. Yuri said, did she say where she met this Eric or how they hooked up? How they hooked up? And then Annie says that he was in town for spring break when she was working at Universal. She met him, they hooked up, and he went back because he had then shortly after started dating somebody. It was on a break from somebody when he was down there, and then they hooked up, came back, and then he got together with this other girl, pregnant, and married her because to that, I believe it was a boy that the other girl had, she said. Yuri said, And then Annie said, and that Caylee had a brother that, or sister, or no sibling that she wanted to then meet. Yuri says, ever meet this guy? And he's like, negative. Yuri's like, is Annie the nanny? You ever met that person? And he says, no, sir. Yuri says, what about Raquel Farrell or Jennifer Rosa? Sound familiar to you so far as personal friends, people you would hang out with? And he's like, personal friends? No, sir. Yuri says, okay. And anyone that... And he says, I meet a lot of people. Randomly meet people. I don't remember names. Yuri says, Casey ever bring two people to you with children and say, no? And he says. Then Yuri says, this is Raquel. This is Jennifer. And he says, absolutely not. I'd remember, but no. Okay, says Yuri. Then Annie says, not that I can remember. Yuri says, how would you describe Casey as a mother? And then Annie says, if anything, overprotective. For until Caylee was 2.5, nobody could hold her because she was so tied to Casey. I mean, I was around Casey 5 days a week for at least an hour or so. I mean, when we were good friends, I thought you were best friends. We hung out almost every single day. And she, like I said, I couldn't even hold her. I was around her like every single day. She knew my face. She knew who I was. She was okay around me, but she wouldn't. I mean, if Casey were to go to the bathroom and not take Caylee, Caylee would scream. Yuri says, did you see a change in Casey's attitude recently or in the past year in 2008? And he says, again, we really weren't. Yuri's like, what caused you guys to split up as best friends? And he's like, I started dating somebody. Yuri said, was it somebody she liked or dated, or what was that? And he says, negative. No, I just...
got the sense that she just wasn't always telling me the truth. And I mean, just somebody to have this awesome job. They work as an event planner at Universal, but they're always working at home. It's just, I don't know. I guess it didn't make sense to me. I just felt that I was being lied to, or I don't like being betrayed. Yuri says, did you ever see a change in Casey from the time you became best friends with her to the time she was arrested? Did you ever notice a change in Casey, whether it be her attitude or mannerisms, frequency of calling, or anything like that? And he says, oh, frequency of calling me, absolutely, but it was like a mutual thing. We both I switched positions at my company. I wasn't really sitting in the front of the computer all day because that's when we talk. I sat in front of I was at a desk in front of a computer. I talked to her all day long, and we talk online, and that was it. Yuri says, did she ever complain to you about life getting to her, about not being able to manage and, the weight of having a child, being a single mom? Did she ever express to you her, a crushing despair coming about? Did she ever tell you she was having a hard time with life because of Caylee? And he says, yes, not because of Caylee. There was one time I do recall her basically, having an emotional breakdown. Yuri says, tell me about that. And he says, Yuri says, when was this? Ballpark, where? Annie says, well, when we were good friends, in that time frame. I remember her coming over. She was in pants and a 3/4 length or long sleeve shirt. She was dressed up going to work. Yuri says, mm-hmm. Annie says, and she came, picked me up for lunch because she was like, I just need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. And Yuri says, was she with Caylee? And he says, I do believe Caylee was in the back seat. Yeah. Yuri says, okay. And he says, she was there. She came and picked me up from work. Mm-hmm. Yuri says, where were you working at the time? And he's like, Donna Reed Ford, where I currently work. Yuri says, okay. And he says, she came and picked me up. She's like, let's go to lunch. I just need to talk. And I was like, okay, that's fine. I'll go. She came and picked me up. And so she was like, I just want to go. I need to get away. I need to, I feel like I'm having a breakdown. I can't. What had specifically triggered her, I asked her. She didn't say anything. She just basically said she needed to get away for a little bit. And I was like, well, what about Caylee? And she's more like, oh, my mom will take her. I know she'll take her. Yuri said, so she was actually wanting to leave? And he says to physically go. Yuri says somewhere. And he said she wanted to go to like an institution, like she said. Yuri said she wanted to commit herself, or, and he's like, kind of, yeah. Uh-oh. It's saying my internet's not stable. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Uncle Albert? Can you hear me? It said my internet's not stable. What's going on? Why is my internet unstable? It should be stable. That silly internet. Can you hear me? You can hear. Okay, good. Well, you can hear because you're in Zoom. You can hear on the YouTube. Can you hear on the YouTube streets? The wind.
Okay, can you hear in the YouTube streets? Can we get a yes from Megan Els or Bucky or Scooter or Chrissy or Fred, Marsha, Jan, or Cindy? Come on. Hello, people in the chat. Okay, you're sure? All right. On the tube too? All right. All right. Okay. So, right. And my mom will take her. I know she'll take her. So she was actually wanting to leave. And then Annie's like, to physically go. And Yuri's like, somewhere. And Annie's like, she wanted to go to like an institution, like she said. She wanted to commit herself, Yuri said. Kind of, yeah. And then Eric said, what'd she say to make you think that? And Annie's like, I was like, oh, well, where are you going to go? Are you going to go to the beach for the weekend? Like, where? Where are you going? What are you going to do? I mean, this completely caught me off guard. She basically said she needed help. And then, that was at lunch. And I just talked to her. And we just talked about, what's going on with her. And she was like, I need to get away. This is just too much. Yuri says she didn't say. Eric's like, what did she talk about? Annie's like, specifics, I'm not. Eric's like, general things? Annie's like, I mean, because she was was happy with the guy at the time. She was, Yuri says, do you remember who the guy was? Annie says, Chris Stutz, I believe his last name is. Yuri's like, so, the time she was dating Chris? Annie's like, Yuri's like, okay. Then Annie's like, the time she was dating him, or they were talking, or I remember because we hung out. Yuri's like, okay. And then she's like, but I just remember her just saying that she's just basically wanted to commit herself. Yuri says, did she ever talk about suicide? And he's like, no. Yuri said, did she ever talk about what life would have been like without Caylee? And he's like, no, because she always told me she wouldn't change it for anything. Yuri says, but as far as the emotional breakdown, she did say that, Mom would take Caylee. And he says, absolutely. Yuri says, and then she would get help, and you took that to believe that she would want to commit herself, put her somewhere she can. And he's like, get better. I'm like, get better, dude. Okay. Hold on. Yuri's like, get counseling? And he's like, uh-huh. Yuri's like, and get better, okay? Was that the only time you can recall that she, and he's like, that I can recall, saw Caylee. And he's like, Casey dated Ricardo. Yuri's like, uh-huh. And he's like, who I used to work with at Don Reed. Yuri's like, uh-huh. And he's like, and one night she brought Caylee up to Don Reed because Casey was coming to see Ricardo. Caylee was with her, and that was the first time that Kaylee's ever run up to me and said, Annie! And I remember that. Yuri says, and that was a wheelie last year then? And Annie said, oh, yeah. Yeah. And Yuri said when she was dating Ricardo. And Annie said, it would have to have been. And Yuri said, and you said that was the last time you saw Caylee? And Annie said, that was the last time. I 100% know. I saw her at Don Reed Ford. That was the last time. Yuri says, what about the last time you saw Casey? Saw Casey. Not talked to her. Saw with your eyes. Annie said, be... Yuri says, now, would that have been at Buffalo Wild Wings? Annie's like, no. I saw her since she was arrested, since she got out of jail. Yuri's like, okay, prior to her first arrest in July. Buffalo Wild Wings was the last time? And he's like, Buffalo was July 5th. It was before all this happened, July 5th. Yuri's like, what about before that in June? Did you see her in June? Do you recall? And Annie's like, late May, probably at a party we had. And Yuri said, was it the no clothes party? And Annie's like, anything but clothes party. And then Yuri's like, anything but clothes party. And Annie's like, and then Yuri's like, what was your costume? And Annie's like, dish towels and a mop, pot holders. And Yuri says, and that was in May? And Annie says, it was. I want to say it was Memorial Day weekend. And Yuri says, between May and July 5th, when you saw her at Buffalo Wild Wings, did she make any mention to you about Caylee going missing? And Annie's like, Lee, message me on MySpace. Before July 4th. So maybe it was July 3rd. I could be off a day or two. Says Yuri. Then Annie says July 3rd. We'll say, because I believe it was right before July 4th, messaged me on MySpace. Hey, have you heard from Casey? Do you know where Caylee is? My parents haven't heard from her. They're getting worried. I text message Casey. Hey, what's up? You know, got a message from your brother. You know, what's going on? No, everything's fine. He's crazy. I talk to my mom every single day. And I said, okay, happy 4th of July. And then Yuri said, and she never made mention to you anything about any problems going on with Caylee? Or Caylee going missing, anything like that? Okay, I had to make sure. Because where the freak are the peeps? Come on. Scooter, don't make me call you out. Scooter said she read everything on this case. Scooter, where's Megan Els? Come on. Okay. And she never made mention to you about any problems going or Caylee going missing or anything like that? No, sir, Annie says. Then Eric says, the day that she was distraught there, when she picked you up for lunch, where'd y'all go to lunch? Remember? We were going to go to Moe's. But it was really crowded. And I want to say we went to Wendy's. Eric says, Wendy's? Who paid? She says, gosh, I don't know for sure. Eric says, when you normally go out with her, did she have cash or would? And he's like, sometimes every once in a while. I mean, she'd have a card, so she'd have cash. Most of the times we were both broke. Yeah, we always went to places that, if we were going out, we'd go to places that were cheap or free. Free is good. Hi, Nora. Okay, says Eric. Yuri says, did you ever talk to, from the time that Casey got arrested to today, did you ever talk to Lee or Cindy or George or any one of the family or friends that would have had a similar story about an emotional breakdown or Caylee coming to them and saying, hey, I'm having a hard time coping? Andy said,
Caylee or Casey? Yuri says, Casey. I'm sorry. And he says, love means never having to say you're sorry. And well, that night, I got off work and I asked her how it was, how everything was going. Oh, I talked to my mom. Everything's okay. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, uh-huh. Yuri says, this is a text in July. You're talking about that, right? I'm sorry, you lost me. Annie says, oh, the. Yuri says, you said that night? Annie says, the break. The break. The day that. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, whatever day it was. I'm not sure. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, I asked her, how are you feeling? What are you going to do? Are you going to go through with this? And she'd say, oh, I'm fine. I talked to my mom. Everything's okay. We're going to work it out. Yuri said, did you talk to anyone from this day back about Casey having ever had a breakdown with them? Like, they'd go, hey, yeah, she can't like you. With that story you just told me, did anyone ever come to you with a story like of their own about Casey coming to them and saying, yeah, I have a problem? Annie says, I don't think so. Not that I can recall. Eric says, you just said that she said she talked to her mom and that they were okay. Everything was okay. Annie said she talked to her mom and yeah, she might have talked to Chris, which was the guy at the time. Yuri says, Stutz. Annie says, yes, I think that's his last name. Eric says, so the root of her problem, in your opinion, would have been Mom or Chris? And he's like, I don't think it was Chris. I think she confided in Chris. Okay, Eric says. And he says, Eric says, so there's that ongoing turmoil between Mom and Casey, maybe? And he said, see, I'm not sure what the root of the problem was. Eric said, but there was a problem, you think? And he's like, yeah, I don't think she just had this breakdown. I think she was experiencing something, going through something, and I just don't recall what it was at the time. Yuri says, when? When Casey went to jail in July and then came out again? Did you have conversations or did you go visit her? And he says, Yuri says, or talk to her? And he says, I did. I visited her and I talked to her. Yuri says, did you guys talk on the phone afterwards? Besides, because we took her phone the first time. Did she ever have conversations or text with you or anything like that? And he's like, did not talk to her on the phone, like on the telephone. I did not talk to her. She said that she was the one who would text me from her mom's phone saying, hey, the vigil's this date. Be there. Yuri says, okay. Annie says, talk to her briefly through instant messaging. Yuri's like, mm-hmm. And he's like, Yuri's like, what were the conversations about? Then Annie says, hey, how are you? Hang in there. Because after all this happened, I obviously was upset. I went through some stuff of my own. And she just, what'd she do? Basically, hi, how are you?
Are you hanging in there? You know, tell me to be strong. I told her to be strong. You know, I'm here for you. Yuri says, what did she tell you happened with Caylee? And he says, the first time I saw her when she was out of jail, I don't think she specifically told me what happened.
I'm trying to recall. Yuri says, just think overall. In times that you texted her, or spoke with her, or visited her, what did she tell you happened? It had to be top of the conversation. Wouldn't you say, if your daughter's missing and she went to jail for neglect and now she's charged with murder? Annie says, in all honesty, didn't really talk to her about it. I remember her saying to me, when this is all said and done, I have so much to tell you. I know for sure. I remember that because I was like, oh my gosh, what does she have to tell me? The nanny, the whole nanny story, really? The nanny has her? The nanny took her? She was supposed to be back by her third birthday. Yuri says, tell me about that. Why her third birthday? What did she say? And he says, I don't know. I remember her saying that because, again, like when I went the first time I saw her, I was going through something. Like I want to see Casey, bring me to Casey, and they brought me to Casey. And then there's something that I said to her. I don't remember what that was I said to her. And that's when she said to me, what's this all said and done? I have so much to tell you. Yuri said, what did you take that to mean? Annie says that she had something to tell me. That the truth, maybe. I don't know, but I mean, nothing she said is the truth, apparently. Yuri said, did you believe the story about a nanny? Annie said, in the bottom of my heart, no, because I'd never. Yuri said, did you ever ask her about that? Say, hey, you know, this doesn't make sense. This is Annie you're talking to. Annie said, no, I never did. Because I was going over there as a friend just to see her. Because when I would go do stuff, Casey was the person I'd go to. You know, that's like if I was going to go through something and I wanted to see her and I didn't. I saw her twice, and the second time we didn't talk about anything of having to do with Caylee missing. Yuri says, you only saw her 2 times from the time she was arrested in July until the time she went back in October for good? You only saw her 2 times? And he says, one time her parents took me over there. One time I stayed the night. I'm almost positive it was 2 times. Hi, Alyssa. Yuri says, 2 times. And the only thing she said was basically just the nanny took her? And he says, yeah. Yuri says, she was supposed to be back by her 3rd birthday. But what? What? Why her 3rd birthday? Who told you the 3rd birthday thing? Did Casey tell you that? And he says, that's what she told me. Yuri says, did she say why? What importance the 3rd birthday was? And he says, okay. Now, okay. She said, everything she's been saying is something that she was told to say. Yuri says, okay. And he says, someone's told her. Yuri says, who?
Annie says, she didn't say, because that's what I said. And she just shook her head. Yuri says, okay. And so it's everything that she told who? Everyone else? Or just everyone that she... Annie said, I guess you guys, everyone. Yuri says, but it's the same thing she's telling you. Yes, Annie says. Yuri says, but somebody told her to say that? Annie says, yes. Yuri says, did she tell you there's a couple of versions of Zanny out there, that the kid was dropped off at Sawgrass, the kid was taken from Blanchard Park? Which version did she tell you as true? Annie says, she didn't tell me specifically. She didn't say, I dropped Caylee off here and I never saw her again. Yuri says, do you think she ever dropped your child off at the babysitter named Annie? Annie says, I don't think so. No. Yuri says, do you think she ever dropped her child off with anyone else? Annie says, anybody else I don't know. Because like I said, we were a root group of friends. The root group. The root group. Okay. She had other friends. I don't know if anybody else ever watched her. Yuri says, do you believe the story of Casey dropping Caylee off with someone and never seeing her child again? Annie says, no, absolutely not. Yuri says, what do you think happened? Annie says, I'm not sure. I don't think if Casey, and this is my opinion, if Casey harmed Caylee, I'm sorry, I'm going to get... It's okay, Yuri says. It's a hard question. But everyone that's sitting in this room, you're the one that knows Casey the best. Okay. If Casey harmed Caylee, she didn't do it alone. I know that for sure. Casey's not that smart. Yuri says, okay. Annie? Yuri says, what makes you say that? What makes you say that? That she would not have been alone when she harmed Caylee. And he says, like I said, she was an overprotective mother. She wasn't, I was one of her best friends for a solid year of Kaylee's life, and I couldn't even hold Caylee, you know. Caylee would scream. Yuri says, why would you? Why would you? Why would you say somebody else is involved? Well, what would make you? Annie, Yuri is. Annie, I just don't think Casey's that smart. I mean, you guys are the FBI, you know. You just do this for a living. And to not know, to not be able to figure it out. I mean, again, I don't know anything more than what's on the news. Dang it, Annie, you freaking liar. You said you didn't watch the news. Get out of here. But they let her keep talking. I can't believe this. She's a liar. She's a liar. Liar, blasphemer. Okay, sorry, I can't take liars. I mean, she's not that smart. She's just, we all know. Everyone knew that Casey lied. Like everyone did. Like you do, Annie. You said you didn't watch the news. We all knew. We didn't believe her. What was the truth? We didn't know. But we just didn't believe her. I don't know how to anymore explain it. It's just, she's chuckling now. Crying one minute, chuckling the next. Yuri says, you all believe that she worked at Sports Authority for however long, and you believe that she worked at Universal for a year and a half. Yeah. You know what, Annie? Let me ask you something, and I'm going to ask you something here. Mommy Ramblings. Casey's not that smart? Yuri just told you that you believe she worked at 2 places that she never worked at. Come on, Annie. Annie says, I guess we just didn't ask questions to her, is what it was.
Yuri's like, oh, okay. And he's like, we didn't question what was she said. We just said, okay, Casey. Yuri said, but she never told you anything about anyone. She never divulged anything to you aside from the Zanny story. She never told you about an accident or somebody helping her doing it. That's just your opinion on thinking that she. And he's like, my opinion. Yuri's like, based on the fact that she's not that smart, in your opinion. And then he's like, in my opinion. And then Yuri's like, what about Cindy and George? Did they ever have a conversation with you away from Casey about this? And he says, about what I think happened to Caylee? Yuri says, well, about Casey, about what Casey did to Caylee, or what Casey's involvement in Kaylee's disappearance is. Annie, Yuri, did Cindy and George ever sit down with you and say, we need to come up with this, and we need to come up with this story and stick with this story? Annie, no. Yuri, okay. Annie, the only thing that we did, shortly after everything happened again, within a week or two of, when the July 16th, Yuri, Annie, all of our root friends, went over to their house, the Anthony's house, and all talked about, we kind of tried to pinpoint when Casey was lying about, because we were trying to track down Caylee. We were trying to find Caylee. We wanted to put together a timeline, and us compare the stories Casey told us when she was with us, which she wasn't with us, with the actual truth to her mom. Like the anything but clothes party, Casey was working is what she said. Eric, this was the meeting that Troy and Ricardo and Jesse, where everybody was at the house? Annie, no, Jesse wasn't. Those 3 people weren't there. Eric, they weren't? Annie, they were not there. Eric, this was a different meeting? Annie, no, they got together on their own. Me, my ex-boyfriend Corey, I believe Sean was there. Lauren might have been there. I'm not sure if Lauren was there. Chris was there. I know for sure Chris was there. Christina was there. Oh my gosh, Christina and Lauren were there. They must have been together a long time ago. Look, guys, Christina and Lauren. If you know, you know. There might have been 1 or 2, maybe more people, but I'm not sure. And then Yuri says, did you ever sit down with the Anthonys or a group of people and come up with any type of list? Like all the friends that Casey knew, and where they were and where they lived and what drugs they did. Did you ever just sit down and partake or be a part of a project like that? Sure, let's get a spreadsheet who they are, where they live, and what drugs they do. That sounds fun. Annie says, no, sir. Yuri says, okay. Did Cindy or George or Lee ever call you and ask you, hey, who do you know of Casey's friends that you think we need to look at? Annie says, Cindy and I have talked about, who we don't trust. Yuri says, who would that be? Annie says, I don't trust Jessie Grund. Yuri says, what about Cindy? Annie says, do I trust her? Yuri's like, no, come on, Annie, get with it. No, does Cindy trust him? Then Annie's like, no, I don't believe she does. Okay? Then Yuri's like, okay, who else do you guys not trust? And then tell me why. Annie says, she said to me
that she didn't trust her. The boyfriend at the time, Tony. Why'd you call Tony a her, Annie? I don't know Tony's last name. And that she didn't even trust Ricardo, JP, and Amy. Yuri. Okay, Cindy didn't? Annie. Cindy did not. Yuri. Okay, is this based on anything in particular or... Annie. She said to me, because we found out again, I don't know if this is the truth or not, that the FBI has been watching them. And that because Cindy has asked me, do I know if Tony and Ricardo, JP and Amy had any ties together? And I said, no, I don't even think they know each other. She said, oh, well, you need to stay away from them. The FBI has them under surveillance. That they, they're into something bad. They're into bad things. Just stay away. And I said, okay. Yuri said, did she ever say what bad things were? And he said, I didn't ask. She said, just very, very bad things. Yuri says, speaking of surveillance, there were comments that George made on the news about kidnappers being followed, and then they had people watching them. Do you remember? Do you remember that? Or did they ever tell you about that? And he's like, say that again? I just love the way you talk. Yuri's like, okay, on the onset, when it all happened, George was on the news making a comment about the kidnappers and that they have these kidnappers under surveillance and that they're being monitored. And they know who they were. They being the Anthonys. Annie. They. Okay. Yuri's like, they ever tell you anything about that? Or again, you know a lot more now than you did then, but, and he's like, not that I can recall, no, because to me, they ever knew who had Caylee. As far as I know, they didn't. Yuri, did they ever kind of console in you or confide in you the fact that they knew Caylee may be dead? Annie, no. Yuri, you sure? Annie, to the best of my knowledge, Cindy was very, Caylee's alive. Caylee's alive. Caylee's alive. Caylee's alive. George seemed to be more of a realist that maybe Caylee's not alive. What about Lee? Yuri asks. And he says, I don't think I've ever really talked to Lee about it. I really don't think I have. I thought Lee called you. I thought Lee freaking called you, Annie. Eric, why do you say George is a realist? What did he say to you to give you that impression? Annie's like, just his vibe. Man, I pick up on his vibe. He was a vibe with some people. I don't know. I can't explain it. Just his vibe. Because Cindy would always say, we've got to find her. Annie, we've got to find her. We've got to find her. We've got to find her. We think we found her. Eric says, George never had that vibe, that drive to? And he's like, no, he didn't. Eric's like, locate the child? And he's like, like every time I've seen him, he just hugged me and say, thank you for being here. And we love you. Eric says, you say there's 2 times you went over there? One time the parents took you over, the second time you stayed overnight. And that's after she was released from jail. Or, okay? And he's like, the first time I went over there and they took me over there, that was, if I'm not mistaken, Labor Day weekend, the Monday of last year, 2008. that Monday. And then I think, inaudible. Okay. Eric says, what was the conversation like when they picked you up? And he says, I met up with them because my friend was the one who made a lot of the missing child shirts. I picked them up because George couldn't go get them that Friday. I went and picked them up after work, and I met up with them. I had to go out of town again for something. Yeah. I was going through, I met up with them. They had to do something. I met up with them at the Publix, right by their house, Publix. And I told them what was going on. And I was like, I want to see Casey. Bring me to her. And they said, seat. Yuri says, you ever write letters to Casey in jail? And he says, in jail? No. Yuri says, how's Casey communicating with her parents while she's in jail? And he's like, I don't know. Yuri says, if they're not visiting, did they ever say that they're sending letters through Baez or anything like that? And he's like, I don't know. I have no clue. Yuri's like, okay. Eric's like, sorry, I want to finish that topic. Yuri's like, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Eric goes, so when they put you in the car and drove you to the house, I would imagine, to see her, Eric says, what was the conversation in the car? Did they ask you to phrase things a certain way so you could get information out of her? I mean, they probably hope that you're able to communicate with her, huh? Andy says, the purpose of me going over there was for me to see. Eric, for you? Annie, for me to see my friend. The only thing that really they said was lay down as soon as we pull in the neighborhood so the cameras won't see you. Lay down in the back seat. Get out on the floor. Lower. Crazy. Eric says, that was it? And he says, basically. I'm going to have to get a drink. And he says, basically. And then talking about what I was going through. Eric said, the time that you stayed overnight, how far from the date that they took you over there originally was that you stayed overnight? And Annie says, I want to think she was arrested again after that first time I saw her. Whether it was for the check fraud, I don't know. If that happened before or after, I'm not sure of the dates. And then Eric says, okay. And then Annie says, she may have just been, I don't know how long she was out of jail for. I don't remember. A couple of weeks, within a month, maybe 5 weeks, but I don't know if it was that long. And Eric says, what was the mood there in the house at the time when you went and stayed over? Annie says, Cindy had a rough day. Their pastor came over. We prayed. Who prayed? Eric said. All of us. Me, Casey, Cindy, and the pastor. Okay, Eric says. And he's like, and I remember the pastor saying that, everybody needs somebody that they can confide in. 150% that they can say anything to, whether it's something that they really don't want to say, which I took it as him saying to Cindy, sometimes maybe you just need to talk about the fact that Caylee may not be with us. You need to maybe talk to somebody about that. That's the way I took it. And I remember just Cindy going out back and she was upset. And I went out there. I told Casey, I'll be right back. I'm going to go talk to your mom. And I went. It was just the three of us at the house. And I remember going out and telling her, he's right. You need to talk to somebody. You just can't keep all this in. Sometimes if you write things down, or I was like, I go on a drive if I need to. Think about something. I drive, and I drive, and I drive. And maybe that's what you need to do. Just try different things because you can't keep that in. So Cindy was very upset that day. Eric says, what did she say that when you told her that, though? And he's like, she said, I know. She said, I need to do something. She said, that's why I'm out here. She had her Bible. Eric says, was there a sense of tension between she and Casey? I mean, did you pick up on if was there, though they were together, they weren't together? One time, somebody was, the MySpace and the email accounts, and Cindy, I guess went on Casey's MySpace account, or one of the emails, Facebook, MySpace, one of those things. Somebody has said that they had information. They had called the crime line. They didn't get through. And Cindy, I remember Casey screaming at the top of her lungs at Cindy because Cindy was acting as Casey on the email, and she didn't like Casey was like, this is why I'm getting in trouble. Blah, blah, blah. People are acting like me, and they're not me. I remember her screaming at her. Eric, Cindy was on the computer acting as if she was Casey? Annie, yes. Ta. I don't know if talking to someone because they said they had information. Yuri. And this was, when Casey was home from jail? Andy. Yes. Yuri. And you were there at the time and you heard all this? I heard her screaming. Yes, the whole town. And I had told her, you need to calm down. This isn't necessary. Was she chuckling at that? Now, it's Casey screaming at Cindy? Casey screaming at Cindy, Andy says. Annie says. Yuri says, well, what does Cindy do? What was her reaction? Annie says, if this can find us Caylee, then I'm going to do whatever it takes. I don't care. I guess she signed what she did. Is she signed an email on a message? Casey. That's what Casey always did. Her signature as Case. Case. And then she signed an email, Case. So she wasn't comfortable with that because Casey wasn't doing, I guess Casey got mad because it wasn't her. And just everybody was screaming. And it was like, it's not that big of a deal, folks. I mean, screaming, top of the lungs, screaming at her. Did I say screaming? Eric says, you don't remember what she said, though, exactly? Just screaming? And he's like, insults, You're so effing stupid. I can't. Yuri's like, who was home at the time besides you three? Just the three of us that I'm aware of. Eric's like, what was Cindy's response to that? Well, I'll do anything I can to find Caylee. I'm just trying to find Caylee, Annie says. Eric says, so she accepted the barrage of verbal abuse, and that was her only response? Annie, she might have said something else, but basically, yeah, she was taking it. Eric, now you stayed there overnight? I'm sure there was I'm sorry, Annie says. Eric's like, if you stayed there overnight, I'm sure. Where'd you guys sleep? Me and Casey slept in Casey's room. Eric says, okay, and so that there was some private time away from the rest of everyone? And he's like, Cindy was in there too on the floor. Eric goes, she was? And he says, she didn't, yeah. She ended up sleeping on the air mattress, falling asleep in there because we were watching House. Yuri's like, in Casey's room? And he's like, on a blow-up mattress. Because George was at work. It was when he had first started going back to work, and we were in there watching TV. I had to work the next morning, so I was like ready for bed, like, ew. Oh my gosh. I can't with this. Early. Why are they doing that? We watched a movie. And then I was like, I'm ready to go to bed. Turn on the TV. House was on. I fell asleep watching House. We didn't talk about anything. But wasn't George seeing that other lady around this time? Yuri said, did Cindy ever tell you not to ask Casey any specific questions? Cindy or George or Lee? Did anyone ever tell you not to ask Casey any particular questions? Annie. Not that I can recall. Eric. They didn't direct you to ask her anything to try to get information out of her? Not that I can recall, Annie says. Eric says, did they live as if they thought that house was bugged? Annie's like, absolutely. Eric's like, they did? What did they say in regards to that? Annie's like, when I was there with Casey was whispering to me and saying, we don't know what's in here right now. And then Annie must have been like, what the hell were you screaming at the top of your lungs last night for then? It was more Casey than it was them. Just, I can't say anything now wait until this is all over. And then that's when she, I have so much to tell you, but I mean, yeah, she definitely thought the house was bugged. Eric says, so that was a reason not to talk? Annie's like, Yuri says, what? That the first time you ever heard Casey yelling at Cindy? Annie, like that? Yes, absolutely. Yuri, what about like other ways? I don't yell at my mom. Oh, that's good. Yuri's been raised right. Annie says, yeah. Besides, like, you're screaming, hey, Mom, can you do this? Hey, Mom, can you do that? Like, like. And then Yuri's like, our arguments, though. No arguments. No, I don't believe I've ever heard her argue with the two of them. Yuri says, Casey ever tell you about an argument they had on Father's Day? Or Cindy ever tell you about an argument that they had on Father's Day the day before Caylee went missing and they left the house? Yuri says, tell me about that. Annie, I don't think Casey ever told me about that. I don't think Cindy ever did. Not that I can recall. Yuri, did anyone ever tell you about that argument that they had? Think hard. Annie, on the news? Oh my gosh, Annie, you said you didn't watch the flipping news, you liar. Yuri, but no, I'm talking about maybe one. Annie, personal, like someone telling me? I remember George saying he remembered seeing Caylee that day leave, but it might have been the day after Father's Day. Yuri, well, no. But about an argument before she left. No. Yuri, the night before? Annie, I don't think anybody ever did. Eric, how about the second birthday party? I wanted to come back to. I have a couple things I want to ask you on that birthday party where you said that she was a little perturbed regarding her mother, acting as if she was maybe the mom and running the party. Annie, Eric, was there an exchange on that day? Did she get worked? Did Casey get mad at her that day and yell at her? Or, Annie, I didn't see it. Like I said, Casey pulled me aside and was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe what my mom's doing, This is supposed to be Caylee's day. I'm her mom. She's not the mom. Eric says, what was she doing that was so terrible? And then Annie's like, the little kid sits down and the mom sits behind them and helps them open presents. And that's what Cindy was doing instead of Casey doing it. Eric, jealousy then? Annie, yeah. Eric, okay. Annie, I guess. Eric, and who was there at that party? Me, Casey, obviously, Cindy. I definitely know one of Lee's friends, Brian, was there. A couple more of Lee's friends were there. I don't know their names. Brian, his roommate, Yuri says, Brian Lufkin, right? Annie, Brian Lufkin, yes. I want to say that Corey, Layson, and Sean were there. I'm almost certain that the three of them were there. I think that girl, Christina, was there. I don't know Christina's last name. I think George was there. And I think Lee and Mallory were there. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Eric, so nobody that acted in that capacity of a babysitter attended that second birthday party? That you know, other than Annie? Not that I can recall. Haha. Did you ever babysit? Oh, Lauren. Oh, boy. And Lauren and Mandy were there. Eric. They were? Wow, Lauren and Christina were there. Annie. Uh-huh. Eric. So Lauren is the closest thing to a babysitter that you know of? Annie. Yes. Eric. And that we were aware of? Annie. Yes. Eric. Did you ever babysit Caylee one time ever? Annie. No, sir. Never. Annie. No, sir. Eric. You didn't get to hold her, you said. Annie. Yeah. I couldn't even hold her, let alone Casey leave her with me. Yuri. If aside from you and Melina, and maybe even Lauren, who would you say was the closest to Casey? Annie. Sean was definitely her best guy friend. It was her big brother. Yuri. Okay, who else? Annie. Yuri. Who, if we had to go to one person that could tell us Casey's life story, and that was really close to Casey, and that would be considered one of her best friends. You were her best friend from 06 to 07. Who would that be? Annie. I know she got very close with Amy. Yuri. Uh-huh. Amy. Lauren. She always went back to Lauren. Melina, Sean, me, obviously. Come on. Her and her brother were close. I just can't think of anyone else. Put me at the top of that list. Yuri. Let me go back to that. Anything but clothes party? Something just came up. Please don't tell me about that, Yuri. I don't want to know. Tell me about there was an incident at the Anything But Clothes party. Come on, Yuri. Stop it. Embarrassing yourself. Annie. Uh-huh. Yuri. Tell me about that. Annie. Casey's. One of her ex-boyfriends, Brandon, was there. Yuri. Mm-hmm. Annie. Wow. And I believe that's when he started dating his now wife. I think she was there too, and they were together. And Casey got very upset because she was very, very in love with Brandon. And I guess she pulled him aside, and he was what you'd call intoxicated, and she pulled him aside and went to talk to him out front, maybe have a heart-to-heart. I don't know what was said, but I know that they were out front. And Casey, she came running to the back, bawling hysterically, getting the people that she came with to leave. Yuri, what was it about, Annie? From what I was told, it was her telling her ex, telling him, I still love you. I want to be with you. Eric, nothing about a pregnancy? Annie, she had told me that she had gotten pregnant by him, and that she miscarried Valentine's Day, coincidentally on Valentine's Day. Yuri, and that's what she told you? Did she tell you that before or after the Anything But Clothes party? Annie, oh, I know when she was pregnant. Well, pregnant, quote, unquote. I'm doing air quotes here. Yuri. Okay, so she told you at that time that she said she was pregnant, Annie. She was pregnant. Yup. Yuri. And she was pregnant. And did she say whose it was? Brandon's, Annie says. Yuri says. And did she say anything about what her mom was going to say about her being pregnant again? Oh, yeah. Yeah. She didn't tell me about that. Annie. She didn't want her parents to know. Yuri. Was she actually pregnant? Annie. I never saw a doctor's visit, a pregnancy test, anything to confirm it. I had doubts that she was pregnant. Annie. Yuri. But she told you, I am pregnant. Yuri says. Annie says, she told me she was pregnant. Yuri. And the first time you remember her saying that was when? That anything but clothes party was May of this year. Annie. May of, Yuri says, I'm sorry, May of 08. Annie. May of 08. She miscarried, quote unquote. Miscarried. Yuri. February. Annie. February 14th, 2008, I believe. Yes, 2008. And no, it couldn't have been then. It couldn't have been. It had to have been 07. Yuri. Anything but clothes party was 08. Annie. Yes. But when because I had just broken up with Dante. I'm sorry. Yuri. Okay. Annie. Dante and I moved out of Sawgrass in 07. It had to have been February of 07 because 08 was when we quit being friends. Late 07. I'm sorry. Okay. Yuri says, just take your time if you need to. And we know the argument happened at the end of anything but clothes party and Memorial Day. Memorial Day. Is that in May? Annie's asking. Annie? Yuri's like, May. Annie's like, May. That was then. She had to have been pregnant. The pregnant, quote unquote, the Caylee would have been 3. Her second birthday was 07. Yuri. Annie. It would have had to have been. I'm trying to think. It's hard. I remember it being Valentine's Day, but it couldn't have been 08. Couldn't have been because that was just now. And she dated Brandon. Yuri. No, it was a year ago now. Annie. Well, it might have been 07 then. It had to have been 07. Yuri. So she would have gotten pregnant in January 07 or later 06? I think it was in December. Yuri. She had just had. Annie. Caylee was like a year and a half. Yuri. Okay. When she had her miscarriage, did she call you because... Annie. Yes. Yuri. The miscarriage was 07? Did she call you like right after it happened? Annie. That's what she said. Yuri. Where? Where did it happen? Annie. Yuri. Tell me! Annie. She said she was at home and she was bleeding and she called the doctor. It was all on a Saturday. Was Valentine's Day on a Saturday? It was on a Saturday because I'm thinking what doctor is going to go. Because she said she called her doctor and the doctor met her at the office. But I remember it being on a Saturday because I was like, my mom's best friend works for my doctor and he would not be at the office on a Saturday. Yuri. So she was at home when Annie. Called the doctor. Yuri. She had the miscarriage? Annie. Called the doctor and met the doctor at the doctor's office. Oh, you had a miscarriage. Yuri. What about her mom? Was her mom home? Annie. I don't believe so. Yuri. Was anyone else home that you know of? Annie. Her mom didn't know. I don't think. Yuri. She was alone at home on a Saturday? Annie. Maybe. Yuri. And she went to the doctor, and then what else? That was it. Everything was okay. You had a miscarriage. Yuri. Did she call you that Saturday? Did she call you the day of? Annie. I think she did. I think she called me right after. I think. Yuri. Okay. Annie. But I remember it being on a Valentine's Day. Whether it was on, I just remember thinking something's weird because Brandon would talk to me about it. You know, he would. You know? Annie, what do you think? Do you think she's pregnant? And I'd say, no, I don't really think she's pregnant. Yuri. So she waited a whole year and 3 months to confront Brandon? Annie. Brandon's in the army. He's in Iraq. He had just gotten back. He was gone for 18 months. Yuri. Okay. Annie. He was in North Carolina getting ready for deployment to go back to Iraq or Afghanistan. Whenever. Yuri. Was that the only time you know of that she was pregnant since she had Caylee, that she told you she was pregnant? Annie. Yeah. I don't believe she was pregnant. Yuri. Okay. Annie. But yes, to my knowledge, it's the only time she ever, Yuri. And the only time she ever had a miscarriage? Annie. Ever said she was pregnant? Yuri. Okay. What do you know about chloroform? Annie. Nothing. Yuri. Do you know what it is? I Googled it. Why? I thought you didn't watch the news, Franny. Yuri. Okay. After they said that on the news. Okay. You're a freaking liar because you sat here and told me you didn't watch any news. What is it? Annie. Ammonia and bleach. Yuri. What is it used for? Do you know? Again, I looked it up. I didn't. I had no clue what it was. I Googled it. Yuri. Okay. Annie. And then people talk about this. Yuri. Annie. And I asked, I don't even have no clue what it is. And they said, oh, it's in the old movies. You'd see them put a white rag over the woman's mouth. Yuri. Mm-hmm. Annie. And she'd pass out and they'd go take advantage of the woman and they'd wake up and they were fine. Fine after they'd been SA'd. Yuri. Did Casey ever have a conversation with you? Were you ever present with Casey when this was brought up? Maybe watching an old movie with her and she goes, Annie. The one time I was at her house, I said, Casey, what's chloroform about? What was it? What is that? Yuri. This is after she was arrested? Annie. This is after she was arrested. I remember this. We had I was like, what are you talking about? What is it? What is it about the chloroform in the trunk? And she said, I don't know. I don't know what it is. And I said, well, I don't know what it is, what it was. I Googled it. It's bleach and ammonia. And she said, I know I had a cleaning solution back there. I had cleaning stuff back there. Yuri, did she ever tell you that she looked up chloroform or that she was doing research on it back in March? Annie, when I said I didn't know what it was, you know, I said I Googled it, and she laughed and said, yeah, I know. Eric, so she said she had cleaning stuff back there. Did she ever make comments about anything else that was being discussed that she maybe had been in the trunk, or just the cleaning stuff? Annie, just the cleaning stuff. Eric, so all this other stuff that's all over the media about the trunk of the car, she only talked about having cleaning solution in the car? Annie, okay. It's now that you guys are talking about it. It's bringing something back to me, okay? We talked about, because that was right after the hat got thrown away, and that person went through their garbage and found that hat that I was wearing in a picture, and that it was my hat. No, it wasn't my hat. It was Casey's hat that her ex-boyfriend, that Jesse guy, gave her, and that's why they threw it away. Because they don't trust Jesse. So they were getting mad at Jesse. And so they threw the hat away. Get it out of the house! And Jesse was the first person she called when she abandoned the car at the M. Scott. Again, this is all she said. And so she called Jesse. The car was up there. Jesse knew where the car was. Jesse had a key to the car. Eric, she told you that? Annie. Yes, Jesse had a key to the car. And she said, I don't know what could have happened to that car when it wasn't in my possession. There very well could have been something in the back of my trunk that I don't know about. And then Yuri said, so she alluded to the fact that Jesse may have done something to her car while it was abandoned in the Amscot? Annie, in a roundabout way. Yuri, she never specifically said it, but she alluded to it, right? Annie, no. Yes. Yuri, alluded to the fact, right? Eric, and was this conversation in front of Cindy and George? Annie, no. This was in her bedroom, away from Cindy and George. Eric, can you remember anything about that? Anything about that conversation? Just tell me anything. Annie, I remember, like I said, I remember that. And that's because that's when she said to me, when this is over, I have so much to tell you. You wouldn't believe what I have to tell you. And I said, why not now? Eric, so she said, so she talked openly about the trunk of her car, and that she had cleaning solution in the car, and that Jesse had a key to her, so she wouldn't know if Jesse, Annie, and Jesse knew where the car was. Eric, but she never mentioned the smell of decomp or any of those other things. She completely avoided those things. Annie, it didn't come up. Eric, a hair? Nothing? Annie, my hair is probably in that car. I've been in that car, oh my God, a lot of times. Okay, Eric, but I'm talking about the high point stuff that's been on the news, that she's obviously not the only was she watching when she was home, but I'm sure she was watching when she was in her cell. Annie, Eric, no. Annie, Not that I can remember, Eric. So she didn't try to explain anything away to you? No, sir, Annie says. Yuri says, I have a couple of names, and I just want to throw them out at you. See if you tell me if you know them, okay? Amy Lewis. Annie, Amy Lewis? Yuri, yeah, Amy Ann Lewis. Sound familiar to you at all? Annie, no, I don't think so. What about Tara Graff? I know there's a Tara we went to high school with, but I don't know her last name. Adam Lynch. Annie, Adam Lynch. These are common names. I don't know anybody named Adam Lynch. Amanda Macklin. Annie, I don't personally know an Amanda Macklin. Yuri, Dave Turner. Annie, I don't think I know a Dave Turner. Yuri, Harry Garcia. Any of these ring a bell as a group of friends or... Annie, Harry Garcia and a group of friends? Absolutely not. Okay. Yuri says, Linda, you have anything? Eric, in and of itself, I just have a problem. With this trunk thing and you being sitting there talking to her, you knew her for a great period of time, right? I mean, a fairly long time. Oh my gosh. And you kind of got a good feeling for her person, right? Why are they doing that? Annie, who I thought she was, Eric. Doesn't it strike you odd that with everything being said about her in the media and what she would freely talk about, almost like whimsically talk about the fact that she had chemicals in maybe cleaning solutions in the trunk of the car, but never try to say anything to explain away any of the other things that's getting so much attention about that car, other than the fact that Jesse had the keys to it? Annie, I kind of shut her down in the fact that I don't want to know, I didn't want to know. I don't want to know anything because I don't want to be the... Eric, what was she saying that made you uncomfortable to where you shut her down then? Annie, just saying, I don't, Jesse had a key to my car and I was like, I don't like you. I don't trust you. Yuri, did the family or anyone give you any way to communicate with Casey when she went out of the jail? Did they give you a phone or... Annie, when they went... Yuri, when they got out, when Casey got out of jail the first time, did anyone give you a phone and say, hey, if you want to call Casey, call her from this phone? Annie, I had a phone number. Yuri, but did... Annie, I think it was a prepaid cell phone of hers. Like, I had a phone number that she had. Yuri, but did they give you a phone is what I'm asking. Annie, did they give me a phone? That's what I asked you. No. Yuri, say, hey, if you're going to call Casey, call her on this. Annie, no, sir. Yuri, do you remember the number of that prepaid phone? Annie, Yuri, you have it in? Annie, I might have it. I told you it was prepaid. Linda, by who? Yuri, who did? Annie, by Casey. I got to turn my phone on. Yuri, that's okay. Did you tell her who gave her that phone? Or did anyone tell you who gave her that phone? Annie, maybe her attorney? I don't know. The family? I don't know. Linda, did you ever talk to Jose Baez? Annie, I met him one time at the house. And it was, hi, I'm Jose. And I said, hi, I'm Annie. But I never spoke to him, though. Well, then you actually did if you said, hi, I'm Annie. Stop lying, Annie. You're always lying. I may have deleted it. Sigh. Eric, did you ever call the number? Annie, did I ever call the number? No. I'm not sure if this is her old cell phone number or if this is new. The one that she gave me, but it's blah, 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 blah. Linda, what's your cell phone number? My cell phone number is blah, 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 blah. This is my personal phone number. And while we're on that, do you still live on Mary Jane Road, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Annie, I do not live there. Yuri, okay, what's your current address? I just moved, so my mail, Boulevard, whatever the hell she's at. How long you had that cell phone number? A long time? Annie, a long time. Who's your provider? Annie, it's Sprint. I think that's the number that she gave me. Linda, when you lived, are you guys done? Eric, I just have a couple more timeline type stuff, if you don't mind. What, number 1, did she tell you about an animal being on her car? Annie, I'm sorry. Eric, did she ever say that there was an animal ran over by her car or anything of that nature? Annie, she did not tell me that. I think she might have told someone that she ran over a squirrel or something, and it got up in her engine. Right. Well, Eric says. Annie says, and she wanted someone to take it out. Eric, but did she ever tell you that? Annie, did she ever tell me? No. Eric, did any of the family ever tell you that? Annie, no. Eric, okay. Nothing about the car then, other than the chemicals, cleaning chemicals in the trunk. I'm done. All right, Linda says. You had indicated that you lived at Sawgrass Apartments? Mm-hmm. With Dante Salati, who you believe now to be October of 05 through March of 07? Mm-hmm, Annie says. Linda, this was the time frame that you and Caylee were best friends. Annie, we started being really, really good friends whenever Dante and I broke up, which would have been March of 07. I moved out. It would have been 06, November-ish. That you two broke up? Annie, uh-huh. I still lived there until March or so, and so at the end, as soon as we broke up and Brandon was back in town because Caylee and Brandon started dating, Brandon would come up and they'd come over and hang out. Linda, all right, so they came over to Sawgrass Apartments? Annie, absolutely. Linda, what was your apartment number? Annie, 2867. Was there more than 1218 at the complex? Annie, I don't know. I don't think so. Linda, all right. And to my knowledge. Linda, all right. But you said 2167. Freaking liar. Annie, 2867. Linda, 2867? Annie, I think it was my address. Linda, all right. How long, or how often did she have to come over? Annie, every day almost, because I don't think at that time I was working and I was just going to school. Linda, did she bring Caylee? Annie, a lot of times, yeah, unless it was at night. Linda, did she ever tell you that she knew anyone else in Sawgrass Apartments? Annie, no. Linda, did you ever see her talking to anyone else in the Sawgrass apartment? Annie, not that I can recall. Linda, all right. Did you know, or did she tell you, that she had a babysitter in those apartments while you were there? Annie, no, sir. Oh my gosh, no, ma'am. Linda, did you, ever work for Sawgrass Apartments? Annie, no, ma'am. Linda, do anything in their, office? Annie, do anything in their office? Mm-hmm. No, ma'am. Would you go into their office to pay rent? Annie, I usually dropped it in the night drop. Linda, okay. Where were you working? You said you're going to school. What were you working at all during that time frame? Linda. Where you lived at the Sawgrass, when you lived at the Sawgrass Apartments. Annie. I want to say I was at Don Reed then. I've been at Don Reed. December 13th was 2 years, so 205, oh, right? Yeah. Linda. 06? Annie. No. 06. Yeah, 06. Linda. Okay. Annie. So, but there was a time that I was not working. I was just going to school. Okay, you guys have to hold on because I have to put logs on the fire. I've been waiting a long time. You got to wait, okay? All right, got to wait. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I've got to put logs on the fire. It's probably out thanks to you guys. No, I can still bring it back. Ooh, that was close. That was close. There was like, it was almost out. Now we would freeze to death and then it would all be your fault. Okay. Hold on a second because I've got to get a cup of tea. Because I'm not tired now. I was tired before. Twisted said I was tired, but I'm not now. So I'm going to finish reading. I've got a lot to do. And I'm having, I don't want to hear anything because I'm doing it my way. I have to get a cup of tea though. Just hold on. You can take your stay logged in. I'm going to have the same thing I had last night. Oh, that's going to make me happy. It'll make you happy. Okay, let me see. That will make me happy. Okay, let me just get my tea now. Alright, let me get this. I've got to get my vanilla honey. Oh, good. My gosh, I thought I brewed coffee or something. I didn't know what I was doing here. Okay, baby. Vanilla honey, honey. Vanilla honey, honey. Come on, baby. Where are you? Okay. Okay, I'm good now. Now I've got my tea. Good. Hi.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hey.
I'm like wide awake right now. I can't. You know, like when you're real tired and then all of a sudden
I
you're like,
was yawning at first, but now I'm fully awake.
oh my God, you've been so with your acting skills.
Oh, because this girl is a liar. She's like, I don't watch
Yeah.
anything on the news. And like after I saw that on the news, she reminds me of some lady that was either in, I think it might have been one of NK's friends or somebody in that other one, Patrick Frazee, with that other girl that she was saying crazy stuff and then it wasn't making sense.
I forget her name. I remember that case too. Yeah.
Yeah, Charlotte or something.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, she was lying. Okay. Let's see where we are now. Okay, now this is Linda. Linda's like, do you know anybody by the name of Zenaida Gonzalez? And Annie says, no, ma'am. Linda says, maybe you already asked this. Zenaida Fernandez? Annie says, no, ma'am. Linda says, Zenaida Gonzalez Fernandez? Or whatever punctuation? No, ma'am. Linda says, of that you can think of? Do you have any friends at the Sawgrass? Annie, Linda, acquaintances? Annie, like I said to him, I had a friend that Dante had a friend that lived there. I don't know what his name was, but he was a friend. Who that the name was, and then I had a friend that lived there, I believe, only for a short period of time when we first moved in. Linda, did you know your neighbors? Annie, their names? No. Linda, okay. You ever watch One Tree Hill? Do you know what that is? Annie, it's a TV show, a series? Linda, you never watched it? Annie, I don't think I ever have. Huh. You never discussed that show with Casey Anthony? Annie, not that I can recall. Linda, all right. Did you ever discuss Zenaida Fernandez or Zenaida Gonzalez with Casey Anthony? No, ma'am. Did you ever hear that name or mention that name prior to July 15th of 2008? They switched their names up here, just so you know. Annie, I've never heard that name before until then. Linda, do you have any other information about what happened to Caylee Anthony? Annie, I do not know what happened to Caylee. No, ma'am. Linda, okay. Linda, you had indicated earlier that you didn't think Casey Anthony was smart enough to do this by herself. Annie, the relationship that I witnessed with Casey and Caylee, Casey was an excellent mother. Too overprotective. Linda, do you have a child? Annie, no. Linda, okay. Annie, I do not. I do have friends that have children. And like I said, she was too overprotective. To not let somebody be able to hold your child, I think that's a little ridiculous. Linda, well, that statement of yours that I wrote down, and you can correct me if you think I have it on here wrong. If Casey harmed Caylee, she didn't do it alone. She's not that smart. Annie, absolutely. Linda, all right. So, make room for the situation where Casey could have been involved in some way in harming Caylee. Annie, because of what I thought she was somebody that she obviously is not. Lying to, stealing, you know. The person who I thought I knew, who I once called one of my best friends, she obviously wasn't that person. Linda, all right. You said she didn't do it alone. Who do you think she would have done it with or been involved with as it relates to this? Annie, well, I don't. Linda, Caylee's demise. Annie, I don't know Tony, but he's mysterious to me. Linda, just because you don't know him? Annie, just because I don't know him? He has a completely different group of friends, you know. He's never brought him around us. And like I said, my friends are her root. Were. She always would come back to us. Linda, anyone else? Annie, Jessie? Linda, anyone else? Not that I can think of. Linda, her brother? Annie, Yuri, it looks like you're holding back, Annie. Just say what's on your mind, girl. I don't know. I don't know that I trust any of them at this point. Linda, do you know how Caylee got her name? Linda, it was never discussed. Annie, no. Caylee and Casey. That, I don't know. That's all I know. Linda, okay. Did she tell you that she had help? No. Linda, in some way, in what happened to Caylee? Annie, no. Linda, whether it be harming Caylee or disposing of Caylee's remains? Annie, no, ma'am. Linda, nothing? No, ma'am. Linda, did Lee Anthony ever tell you that he knew where Caylee's remains were? Annie, no, ma'am. Cindy? Annie, no, ma'am. George? Annie, no, ma'am. Anybody affiliated with the family? Annie, no, ma'am. Linda, did you hear anyone talk about the location of Caylee's remains prior to December 11th, 2008? Annie, no, ma'am. Linda, all right, I don't have any more. I'm done. Yuri, well, just one follow-up. What did Cindy and George say about Zenaida? Annie, they don't know who she was. Yuri, when was the first time that they told you they heard of her? Because obviously, first heard of her July 5th. Oh, sorry, you first heard of her after the arrest. Annie, yeah, after the arrest, the name. I mean, like I said. Yuri, right. Annie, but July 5th, she mentioned the nanny. Yuri, when did Cindy and George say they first knew? Did they correct you and say, oh, we've known her for years or anything? What did they say? Annie, I believe Cindy has never officially met her, but had heard Casey reference her. Yuri, as? Annie, Zanny the nanny, because Cindy told me she thought that for a while. Casey was saying Annie the nanny, thinking they're talking about me, but she was really saying Zanny the nanny. Yuri, how long have you known of Zanny? Did she ever tell you? I don't know. Yuri, what about George? I never talked to him about it. Or Lee? Annie, I don't know if she's ever said anything to Lee. Yuri, any of your friends or any of your circle? I mean, she'd always reference her as the nanny, my nanny. Yuri, well, as of July 5th, the first time she mentioned the nanny, but before that, has anyone in your circle ever, do they remember? Casey saying, yeah, she mentioned Zenaida? Yuri. Or Zanny? Or the nanny? Annie. I can't speak for anybody else. Yuri. Well, you've had chances to talk to obviously other friends and people, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, when she, Yuri, has come up in conversation? Annie. When we, Yuri. Did anyone ever tell you? Hey, well, yeah. She told me about her. Last November she mentioned that, that went to whatever, or they did whatever. Annie. Well, I think she might have. I mean, might have remembered Layson. Maybe said something to me that because he called me wanting that detective that called his phone number because he had a conversation that he wanted to send about where she wanted to live. Yuri. Annie. Yada, yada, yada. And I don't know if that was because of where she was saying she was going to move or that she had something about the nanny. I don't recall. But not, I mean, specific times. And no, I can't think of anything. Yuri, that's all. Did you ever visit the Sawgrass Apartments with her to put out? With her? No. Eric, did she ever visit there to apply for an apartment? Annie, not that I can think of. Eric, did she ever talk about it? Not that I can think of. And where was your apartment that you lived in comparison to the one that she took? Annie, right next door is from what I can recall. I mean, I'm 2867. What was the building number she said? Yuri, when you drove in to go to your apartment that you used to live in, you drive in, the office is to your right. Annie, you drive in, you dead end into the office so that you got to go around to the left a little bit. Yuri, Annie, and then there's a building, Yuri says, to your left, and there's another building, right? And then there's your building. Then there's a building on both sides. No, Annie says, they're on, no. Yuri says, Sawgrass? And he says, I haven't been there in a very long time. When you walked out my door to go downstairs, you saw the back of the shopping center. Yuri, okay. Annie, I know that for sure, like the wall that's there. Yuri, so you would have been, if you're coming in the driveway, you would have been on the left-hand side. The office would have been on the right-hand side. You would have had to, and he says, you have to go to the left. Yuri says, you park, and then you go through the hallway, then up to your apartment. Annie, not through the hallway. No, I wasn't on the water side, Yuri. I was on the parking lot side. There isn't, you drive in, the building's right there, and you have to go around. There isn't anything that way, I don't think. Yuri, okay. Linda, as far as you know. Annie, yeah. Linda, Casey Anthony's only connection to the Sawgrass Apartments is you, isn't it? Annie, me and Dante, yes, ma'am. Yuri, I don't have anything else. Eric, I am just curious what Jesse's done for you not to like him, Annie. I wonder what he's done. Let's see. Annie says, well, right after all this happened, me and Melina organized everyone start meeting up at Publix. That Saturday, we all met up at Publix. We were going to hand out flyers. Go around places. Jesse showed up later. And the first words out of his mouth are, why did you and Casey quit being friends? And it kind of caught me off guard. Everyone else that I'd seen, that I haven't seen forever is, are you okay? How are you doing? Now, what do you think happened? His words were, why did you and Casey quit being friends? And I just thought, that's odd. For somebody who they did a paternity test to see if he was the father, And to say to me, why did you and Casey quit being friends? It just struck me as odd. Eric, that was my next thing. If she knew who the father was, did she ever tell you? Did she ever tell you why she may have tried to say that Jesse was the father? Annie, she never told me she tried to say Jesse was the father, but that she wasn't sure who the father was, because I don't know. I had assumed that Jesse was the father, and then one day I finally asked her, and she said, no, it was this guy. We hooked up. He lived so-and-so. I don't remember where she said it was. In the South, but not Florida. That he was married, and he had another kid. Then, let's see here. Eric says, so any problem you had with Jesse was after the fact? It wasn't like an ongoing thing with him? It was, Annie, just this. No. Eric, like an ongoing thing with him? Annie, no. It was just that one statement? Annie, no, just like everything happened, you know what I mean? Eric, okay. Annie, ask me how I'm doing. Eric, okay. Linda, all right. Yuri, if we have any further questions, sure, no problem. Well, you can, Linda, call you? Yeah, sure. And we'll make, okay. Her lawyer says, producer on short notice. Yuri, and again, I know I swore you in at the beginning, but I would just like to confirm. Or if you want to, you can just do it, and we can just agree, and they can all just do it all. Yuri, I have no problem with that. Just as long as we're all in agreement. And again, I already swore you in at the beginning. Everything you told us is true and correct? Annie, yes, sir. Yuri, okay. And you're going to help us get the information on the doctor as well, so I can... Annie, yes. I can find out the date range on that. And your father, when the day he... My stomach, why is my stomach grumbling? I'm not hungry. It's because I have to drink something and I'm not drinking it. Let me drink this. Yeah, I have to. Saw her at... I have to talk to my dad, Annie says. Eric says, okay. Annie says, to see if he remembers. But it was prior to. Linda says, all right, thank you. Yuri says, all right. And the time right now is 18 hours. Boy, we got through that one. Let's see what else we got. Hi, Twisted. Hello, White Angel. Scooter's going to the casino. Is that why she had to go to bed early? Is that why you had to go to bed early, Scooter? You know you're not going to the casino until 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yes.
She knows. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see now. Let's go to, I think we have a thing with Jesse. Let me see. Casey. Christopher Stutz. We have Stutz. We have Anthony Kamer. We have Jesse. Here we go. Okay. So we've got Eric here again. We've got Yuri and Jesse. Jesse, Aaron Grund is here. Okay. Yuri says it's September 8th, 2008. This is before Caylee's remains are found, before. It was 1835 hours. Detective Mellick, Orange County Sheriff's Office. Okay, we're going to go. Jesse's here. Jesse, do you understand this is being recorded? Jesse says yes. Yuri says, any objection to that? Jesse says no. Yuri says, okay. We're over here at the FBI office in Maitland. Jesse, we had asked you, we called you and told you that we wanted to speak to you. We had some more questions about information that's come up. And you came down to the office. I just want to go over what we did. You came down to the office today. We asked you if you were willing to take a polygraph. You did. After the polygraph, during which you made some comments, such as, I guess, he was asking you about evidence questions or questions about evidence or hiding evidence, and it concerned us because you said something about to the extent, well, if I'm going to be considered a suspect or a person of interest, I want an attorney. This is after the polygraph was over, correct? Jesse. Right. Yuri. Okay. So when you came in here, the first thing I want to make sure is that we are clear. You're not detained. You're not in custody. You're free to leave. I showed you that there is a door if you want to walk out. Did I not say that? Jesse says, yes, sir, you did. Yuri says, okay. So you feel like our conversation here, since I guess we've been talking for a half an hour before we put this on tape, did you feel that you were not free to leave? Or Jesse, no. Yuri, in custody. Jesse, no, sir. Yuri, okay. So that being said, we went over a couple of things that we had some questions about. First, there was a comment that you made to me last week when I called you on the phone, and you said something about Cindy being told by Lee of an incident involving Cindy and Casey. Jesse, correct. Just before Caylee went missing. Jesse, right. Yuri, and would you please just explain that incident for me, how you learned of it? Jesse, Lee, shortly after my second interview with Orange County, confided in me that the reason that he thought Cindy confided in him, that the reason he thought she felt that Casey ran off was that there was a big fight between the two of them. And the fight concerned Casey not being home a lot. And not bringing Caylee by. It got into a very heated argument, which turned physical. And Cindy started choking Casey. Yuri, was there anyone else in the house when this happened? Jesse, he didn't actually expand upon that. As far as I understood from what he told me, it was just Cindy and Casey. Yuri says, where was Caylee? Jesse says, I don't know. Yuri says, this happened daytime, nighttime? Jesse says, nighttime. Yuri says, do you know if George might have been home? Jesse says, I don't know if he was home or not. Again, what Lee told me was very short, sweet, to the point. I didn't ask a lot of questions in regards to it because, again, I don't know how much of it was real and how much of it was fake. I didn't know if, again, I was being fed something just to test to see where I was in regards to retaining information that he'd give me. Yuri, did you have any reason to believe that Lee might have been tricking you at that point? Jesse, I didn't trust anybody in that family at that point. So, I was on high alert in regards to anything that was being told to me. Yuri, did Casey ever mention this incident with her mom to you at all? Jesse, absolutely not. I mean, she had been recently in a very much kind of hatred state for her mother. But she had never mentioned anything in regards to being choked by her mom. Yuri, when she saw you, actually the last time you saw her was this year, was when? July 14th, Jesse says. Yuri, July 1st, yes. Jesse says, when she came over to take a shower? Yuri says, that's what Jesse said. Okay, Yuri says. Jesse says, that was the last time I saw Casey, when she came over to take a shower. Yuri says, and this incident occurred in June? I think he said this is Jesse talking now, right before she stopped really coming by the house anymore, which I think was in the middle of June, I believe. Yuri, okay. You see any bruises or marks on her when she came over? Jesse, no. Yuri, to take a shower? Jesse, none. Yuri, You also mentioned something, or went into detail more about an incident that occurred with Lee, some time ago. Well, I guess where Lee, tried to be intimate with her? Jesse. September of 2005, Casey told me that she didn't feel comfortable with Lee being around Caylee. And when I asked why, she said that recently, she wouldn't expand upon recently. I assumed it was before Caylee was born. Casey said that Lee were in the house alone together, and Casey and Lee attempted to get intimate with her. Yuri. Did he get an indication of what attempted to have intimacy with her means? Jesse. There was never any explanation. My impression was that somehow he was trying to pressure her into it somehow. That was my impression from what she was saying. Yuri. Jesse. I didn't have anything else concrete on it, and it was so vile and disgusting to me that I didn't even want to go any further into it than what she was telling me. Being that I cared about her at the time, I was immediately angry towards Lee and had some resentment towards him. Yuri. And this was September of 2005, correct? Jesse. Correct, yes. Yuri. Has she ever mentioned that in another incident to you, or have she ever mentioned that to you more than once, or was it on just one occasion? Jesse. No, it was just one occasion. Like I said, I don't want to expand upon it. Yuri. And when did she mention it to you? September of 2005, Jesse said. Yuri says, the same month it happened? Jesse says, no. She said, she mentioned it to me September 2005. She didn't say the exact date. She said recently, which my guess was that recently would have been before Caylee was, before she was pregnant. Yuri. Okay. Jesse. She never exactly told me the exact date. She just said it was recent. Yuri. Okay. Jesse. And that's why she had the relationship with Lee the way she had it? Yuri. Do you have any reason to believe that Lee is the father of Caylee, will be the father of the child? Jesse says, do I have any, or does she, did she tell me? No, Yuri. Do you have a reason, or Caylee, did she ever tell you she had a reason to believe that? Jesse. No. She never said that to me, not once. And again, she stuck by the whole after it was proven that I was not the father, that it was some guy she had a one-night stand with. But now, looking back on it, it may have been very convenient. Yuri. She gave you a name of who this guy was? Jesse. No. Eric. You said Lee wasn't at the hospital when the child was born, and he wasn't. Jesse. Lee was not at the hospital when the child was born. Lee was not around a lot, basically, and really wasn't around Caylee when she was very young. It was towards the end of our relationship when he took on that uncle role. Yuri. All right. Eric. Hey, let me ask you. Did you share this information you just told us? Did you share that with any other individual you told us that you have been speaking with? Did you share that with Baez when he was sharing whatever information with you? Jesse. Absolutely not. The only other person I've shared it with is my dad. Yuri. Do you know if your dad shared it with Baez or any other? Jesse. I'm not sure. I don't think he has, because a lot of that stuff my dad keeps close to the vest unless I say something. Yuri. Okay, I want to show you something here. I had you look at this before. It was a conversation coming from the computer. It's unallocated clusters at Casey's computer. And between Casey, Marie, and Special Agent Jag 4, do you know who these people are? Jesse. Casey Marie is Casey AOL instant messenger name. Special Agent Jag 4 is mine. Okay, and up here, I guess right at the beginning it says, I can hit up my friend Annie for some Xanax. Is that what it says? Jesse. Yes, sir. Yuri. All right. Do you remember this conversation at all? Jesse. No, sir. Yuri. Do you mentioned an approximate time frame when you think you might have taken place, right? Jesse. Because of the comment in here about living with Josh, which I had just started living with Josh, I'm working at Progressive, it would have been sometime beginning 2007. Okay. Have you ever seen her take any Xanax or Xanny pills? Jesse, no. Yuri, Xanny bars? Jesse, never. Yuri, have you ever seen her or known her to take any drugs, either over the counter or prescription medicine, prescription medication, or illicit narcotics? Jesse, not recreationally. No, I've never seen her. The only thing I've ever seen her take by mouth is birth control pills, and that's it. Yuri, all right. Jesse, so that's the only... Yuri, so basically, if I asked you in very, very plain in question, did she ever use drugs? Jesse, I'd have to say no. I've never seen her use drugs before. Yuri, okay. Jesse, like... Yuri, so you have no idea where that Xanax comment would have come from? Jesse, no, honestly, no idea. I don't even know what the rest of that conversation entailed, but I never used recreational drugs before, so I'm pretty sure that would have been. Yuri, is it possible then that her time away from you isn't something that she could have gotten into? Absolutely. She got into being tattooed on her body and getting drunk all the time between those two periods of time, so recreational drug use could have been a possibility. Yuri, I'm glad you mentioned that. Tattoo on the body. What do you think Bella Vita means? Jesse, I thought it meant good life. Uh-huh, Yuri says. Jesse says, I'm a little rusty on my Espanol, though, so I really don't know. Yuri, why do you think she would have said that? Something like, that tattoo, or something like, that tattooed on her body. Do you know? I don't know if she'd been talking about getting more tattoos, lots of tattoos, a lot. She just never gone to get them. So I don't know what the specific meaning for that, or why she would have gotten it would be. And it had become a new fascination of hers after we broke up and after her friends in her circle. Yuri, uh-huh. Jesse, all got tattooed together. Yuri, we talked about the seizure. An incident that happened? You gave me a specific date. Jesse, uh-huh. Yuri, 11/18 of 07? Jesse, correct. Yuri, and you know that date because... Jesse, it was 2 days after my birthday. Yuri, and you explained a little bit about what happened. I guess 11/18 is Sunday. Jesse, correct. So you said Sunday morning. Jesse, well, Friday night we had my birthday party. Yuri, uh-huh. Jesse, Saturday afternoon she came over. We went out Saturday night, started drinking. She got very drunk. She passed out at my place. She woke up early, first thing Sunday morning, went back to her house again, and then came back at around noon to watch football and hang out at the house. Yuri, was it? Jesse, and recover. Yuri, where was Caylee? Jesse, at her parents' house. Yuri, so from Friday to Sunday, have you seen Caylee? Jesse, no. Yuri, all right. So when she came back on Sunday, and she came back around noon, right? Jesse, yes, sir. Yuri, all right. And you guys are watching a football game? Yes. And tell me what happened. We both passed out on the sofa, late night for both of us. I woke up, tried to get up. She was kind of draped down across, her legs were across me. Her head was on the sofa, so I just picked up her legs. And I moved them to the side while she rested. And I got up and her eyes popped open, and it looked like she was staring straight. And I said her name a couple of times, and then she started foaming at the mouth and shaking uncontrollably. And from my limited first aid experience, it looked like she had a grand mal seizure to me. So I moved a table out of the way, turned her on her side. Her lips turned slightly blue. She continued seizing for probably, 6 to 8 seconds. And once she got done, she let out this, sigh, and then her eyes popped back open again, and then she closed, and then she was non-responsible. It actually says, did you call 911? Yes, I did. House phone or cell phone? Cell phone. And what address were you living at the time? Arden Villas Boulevard. Is that the address you gave fire rescue? Yes, I did. And where did she go? She went to Orlando, Jesse said. I think it was the Orlando Regional Florida Hospital Winter Park. Yuri says, okay, I'm sorry. Arden Villas, which apartment? Apartment 3, Jesse says. Yuri says, all right. Yuri says she went to Orlando Regional Medical Center or Winter Park. Do you ever go there? Did you? Jesse says, yes, I did. I went there. I actually called her family on the phone. Yuri says, uh-huh. Jesse said, while the paramedics were tending to her, they had no idea she was even over at my place or that we were even talking again. And then she went to the hospital. I sat in the hospital for a while. We went there. We ended up going back later on that night because she was admitted because they didn't know why the seizure happened. We went back over to my apartment to pick up her car. And I didn't get to tell you this, but her dad pulled me aside and said, look, I don't know what's going on between the two of you, but you're a really good guy, Jesse. You got a lot going for you, and you treat her really well. And you treat my granddaughter extremely well. But you don't need to be around Casey because she has some problems that we need to get her help for. Yuri, such as what? Jesse, he wouldn't expand upon it. He said, it's not, it's issue. The only thing he further on said was, she's not a good person right now. She's not in a right place. Yuri, you keep saying it's a seizure, but you don't know for sure it was a seizure, right? Jesse, I don't know for sure it was a grand mal seizure or not. I mean, the things that she did, I don't know how she would have recreated over again. The lips turning that slight shade of blue and the foaming at the mouth, the way she was uncontrollably shaking, the non-responsiveness. I don't know how she would have been able to fake that, all of that. Yuri, could it have been an overdose? Jesse, I've never seen an overdose before, so, Yuri, was that the first time you've ever seen her? Jesse, yeah. Yuri, have a seizure? Absolutely. Yuri, whatever. Yeah. Yuri, okay. Was it the last time also? Jesse, the last time. Yuri, okay. Has she ever told you what the results of the, what came out of the hospital? Did she ever say what it was? Jesse, they said she didn't have syphilis. She wasn't pregnant. And she didn't have epilepsy. They said it, she claimed to me that it may have been because she drank too many Red Bulls. Yuri, okay. Eric, did you want to discuss the, what he had told you by his source, get that on statement 2? Someone has told you that there may be some posturing towards laying some blame on you? Yuri, absolutely, yeah. Eric, can we talk about that, please? Jesse, I was told by an individual who was working with the Anthony family, who got to sit in on a couple of the attorney meetings that, Casey was telling the attorneys, Cindy was backing her up on this, that, I killed Caylee and that I planted the evidence in the car and that I had access to the car because I had the keys, and that I was framing her because of my obsession with Caylee. Okay, so Yuri says access to the car because of the keys. Why would they say that? Jesse says she was just her reasoning for me being able to have access to the car is saying that I have a copy of her car keys. Do you? I don't. I've never had a copy of her car keys. Yuri, okay. Jesse, I've never been in sole possession of a pair of keys. Hello, Sassy. The only time I've ever actually had her keys in my hand is when she was been right next to me in the car that I've driven for her. That's it. Eric, so your understanding from this person is that the family is posturing towards, they know that the child is deceased, but they're posturing towards a defense? Jesse, correct. Yes, sir. Eric, and who told you this? Jesse, Eric, well, it's, how, brother, because I got the tape when you already set off tape. Jesse, okay, all right. Leonard Padilla told me that. Yuri, was it just Leonard? Or Leonard and Tony? Jesse, Yuri, Tony Padilla? Jesse, right. Just Leonard. And, his guys backed him up too. Whatever the guys that he had there with him, they also heard the same thing. So if you ask them, they'll be able to tell you the same thing. Eric, so you're in constant communication with them, or was this a one-time deal? Jesse, well, we were in semi-constant communication with Leonard. Padilla was here because he was, when he'd hear stuff and he would relay it to my dad just to help me out. Yuri, what else? Jesse, because Yuri, what else did he share with you and your dad? Jesse says, really, that's the only thing. And then he picked our brain and stuff. That was really the only thing that he reached out about was to help me out. He'd pick our brains in regards to ways to approach Casey, trying to get her to talk, things of that nature. Eric, did you ever make a request for him to contact law enforcement? I mean, if you knew that they were going to try to frame you. I mean, it would be the first thing I'd say, well, man, you need to call the police. Jesse, well, that was the first thing that I did when I found out about it. I called law enforcement. I had a conversation with Detective Mellick on the phone as soon as I heard about it. Eric, okay. Jesse says, that was the first thing that I did, Yuri says, did? Eric says, well, Yuri says, did you tell Leonard to? Jesse says, I never got to speak with him directly about that. I mean, I guess an investigative reporter came to town, and Craig Rivera from Geraldo Rivera, he spoke to Padilla's men, and they all backed up the fact and spoke with Padilla. We backed up the fact that they're trying to put that information out there to frame me. Yuri, one thing I want to go over was before is the computer when you were at her house after she was arrested, I guess during one of the vigils or something. Did you use the tower computer at her house? Jesse, yes, I did. Yuri, okay, well, what did you look up on that computer at the house? Jesse, I accessed AT&T.com to get a printout of my cell phone records for a meeting I was having with Amy, Ricardo, Troy, and Amy. Yeah, it was Amy, Ricardo, Troy that night. I mean, I was trying to possibly make access to my MySpace or my Facebook. I sometimes do that when I go there. I go on computers. Yuri, okay. Jesse, so but I haven't been on. I wasn't on any other search engines or anything like that. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Jesse, speaking in a cell phone. Hey, Dad, I'm just finishing up right now. 2 minutes, Eric says. Okay, yeah, okay, all right, bye. Mr. Grund ends his cell phone call and resumes speaking to detectives. And when's the last time you talked to Lee? Jesse, last time I talked to Lee, last week. Yuri, what was the nature of that conversation? Jesse, short, sweet. I called him just to check on him, see how he's doing. Because since the conversation that we had about the misinformation thing, I mean, I've been like, I want to keep things civil between the two of us. I don't want to make an enemy out of him because he doesn't seem to be an enemy towards us right now. Eric, what do you mean? What do you mean us? Jesse, me, my dad, my family. Jesse, whatsoever at all. I mean, actually, I just speak briefly on the phone, like kind of talk. And how's things going with your family? How you doing? has the efforts to find Caylee going, because I still know, I still, until we locate Caylee, having a body, I still want to believe in my heart of hearts she's out there somewhere. What is Lee telling you, Jesse? Just that the work hard on, he's trying to keep the family together because, Cindy Anthony is not mentally stable, and George is starting to come apart at the seams, and he's trying to keep everybody together. So, okay. Did Padilla tell you how you killed the baby? Did they say how they were putting it together? Jesse. I think he did, but I don't remember, I think. Eric, try to remember for me, because that's pretty crucial. Jesse, I think he might have said that I drowned Caylee. I think that's what they're trying to say. Eric, that you intentionally drowned Caylee? Jesse, yeah. Eric, where was that supposed to have happened? Jesse, I think in the pool in the backyard. Yuri, when was the last time, aside from the vigil, when was the last time before Casey was arrested that you were at the house? When I dated her in November. And had you been there since November? No, Jesse says. Your cell phone tower records, anything else will show you haven't been. Right, Jesse says. The only at her house. Well, Jesse says, I've been in the area when I worked east side when I was working OPD, because Kilo goes all the way over. What's that street over there on Chickasaw? Yuri says, Jesse says, cuts right off there, right next to basically their neighborhood, just so it doesn't come out later and we get blindsided. Did you ever swing by and do the ugly while you were on duty in uniform with her? Jesse, absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. Never, never. Eric, did you? Jesse, I haven't. I have not slept with her or had sex with her since November of 2007. Eric, I would suggest that any of this other via your source information, you call immediately and let one of us know. Yuri, if he reaches out to you, Jesse, and absolutely, or any of the Padilla clan, absolutely. Nick, you have anything? No. All right, obviously. As we get information, we might have more questions. That's fine. With that being said, is there anything now? We've talked for some time. You've spent quite some time here. Is there anything now that you haven't asked, we haven't asked about you feel is important or essential, you want to get it out, that you think that could come out and help us? And Jesse says, to be honest with you, I have a wealth of Casey Anthony information just because of how close I've been to her for an extended period of time, and I've seen the family dynamic. Cindy Anthony is I think I mentioned, at one point during our relationship, I fell asleep on top of the covers while Casey and I were engaged. And Cindy came home and immediately just went off and started screaming at me from the kitchen. From the point on, it sounded like that woman had some sort of vendetta against me. So anything that comes out of her mouth in regards to me, I just wouldn't be surprised by anything that she says, to be 100% honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised by anything she says. So, but I have a lot of information, and I'm willing to give to you, if anything that I think of helps. I'm totally going to say something, but I don't know what else there is for me to share. Yuri, you know of Brandon Snow? Jesse, I know of him. Yeah? Jesse, you never met him? Jesse, I've never met him. I know that Casey supposedly, Yuri, what about Dante Salati? Just that he was in the friend group with Brandon and the other tattooed friend that she had. I can't remember his name. What was it? He's got dirty blonde hair. Yuri, Sean? Sean! Yes, Jesse says. Yuri says, do you know if Casey has talked to anyone since she's been out of jail on that computer through IM, aside from Dakota? We know that she kind of corresponded with Dakota. Do you know anyone else that she's corresponded to? Well, Jesse says, she hasn't corresponded to me at all. I blocked her on everything. MySpace, Facebook, AOL, Instant Messenger. She doesn't have my phone number. She hasn't reached out to me or my friends, and I don't know of anybody else. Before I blocked her on AOL Instant Messages, though I did see her online on AOL Instant Messenger the day she got out of jail. So, soon as I saw that, I realized I need to block her on AOL as soon as possible. Eric says, I think we need to mention the deputy and the fact that you went to the academy with him, because you got real emotional about that when I mentioned that before. When did you introduce them? Jesse, I introduced Anthony Rosanio to Casey Anthony. And during a football season, 2007, we were at Big Valley Brewery on a Sunday, and I introduced the two of them at that point. And then, well, Anthony, I considered a pretty good friend at the time. Then I found out that Casey kind of had a thing for him. She thought he was cute. But she said nothing would ever happen, and then I found out they were exchanging text numbers, messages, Facebook messages, and things of that nature. And it was just getting to the point where I confronted him about it. And he told me, there's nothing going on. I never do that to one of my friends behind their back. Eric, now, if there was an accusation made that you and he may have had some involvement in helping her deal with the situation, what would your response to that be? Jesse, I wouldn't believe it. I would believe it. I believe that Anthony is easily manipulated by Casey. I believe that while my connection with Casey was strictly on an emotional /love/I love Caylee level, I just believe lust-wise he was easy manipulated by her. You be into, they're sleeping together, and I know that Anthony Rusiano does the lie consistently. And Eric, and let me tell me about those again, Jesse. And see, well, he didn't graduate from the academy, but he told everybody that he did graduate from the police academy because he failed firearms. He was stealing money at his workplace. He worked at Chillers in security, and he was pocketing money and got caught, basically got shown the door. And he was also missing work there and telling him that he was working undercover for Orange County, and that's why he was always missing work. So those are just a few of the things. And then finding out some of the lies that he had about him and Casey's relationship. I just wasn't real surprised when I found out that they had been sleeping together. So it's come right out and said, though, that he blames me for everything that's happened. He's told a mutual friend of ours that the fact that he got released from Orange County Sheriff's Office is my fault. I dropped his name out there during an interview. Yuri says, Jesse says, so, which is not true. Yuri says, no, I think one question was asked about Anthony, and I told them. They knew each other, and they were friends, and that was the only thing, I ever said. About email, real quick, we mentioned that two names mentioned in the email, Josh and Melina, and you mentioned Josh and spelling last name or Josh, and well, who Melina was, and Josh was Josh Bradshaw. Is that correct? Correct. Yes, sir. That was your roommate at the time? Jesse. Yes. Yuri. And Melina is Josh's ex? Yes. A phone number. And Melina used to be Casey's best friend? Yes. Used to be. Why they are no longer. Jesse. They were best friends while they were engaged. Jesse. And then as soon as the both of them became unengaged anymore, they went right back to being best friends again. Well, they weren't. They were best friends while they were engaged. And then as soon as both of them became unengaged anymore, they went back to being best friends again. That doesn't even make sense. And then as soon as one got a boyfriend and the other got a boyfriend, they parted ways.
Do you think they're still friends now? Jesse, they were before this whole thing happened. I don't believe, I've actually spoken to Melina on the phone, and she said Casey hadn't reached out to her, but she didn't know what she was going to do if she did. I told her her best bet was not to talk to her. You said something in there about maybe being something to be spiteful towards Mom, this whole thing. Maybe Casey's being spiteful towards Mom. Uh-huh. What's that about? Well, I believe that she had this kind of love-hate relationship with Cindy. I mean, for the end, if you ask my dad or anybody else when we were together, when we were engaged, she didn't want to be anything like her mom. She wanted to get out of the house as quick as possible, and then suddenly she wants to be just like her mom. And then she goes back to hating her mom again. Then she loves her mom, and her mom's going to give her the house, and everything's great. And then she hates her mom again. And I believe it goes all the way back to when Caylee was born. When Caylee was born, Casey wasn't the first one to get to hold Caylee. It was Cindy. And Casey's even voiced that to me in the past, that Cindy has actually called herself Mommy to Caylee in front of Casey before. Eric says, repeat that. Cindy has referred to herself as Mommy to Caylee, even when Casey is there. Eric, and what about the chloroform? You said something to me about that. Your thoughts on that, Jesse? From my personal perspective, and nothing professional, Eric, and knowing her, Jesse, nothing professional about it. She doesn't have a degree in chemistry. The only thing I know that she probably knows about chloroform is what she's seen in the movies. So I can't think of any reason for there to be chloroform in the car unless she was planning on, or if she had to be planning on using it or something on someone or something. Eric, and this is completely speculative, but if something did occur, where do you think she would have put the child? First guess, the house. Then again, the house has obviously been searched, so it's not there anymore. She knew that area of town pretty well, and I think she would probably stay familiar and close to home. So any of those little parks that's anywhere close to her house, I never went to a park with her, and Caylee before those. So the only thing I know that I ever went to that was real secluded for the two of us, was that one by her old middle school. We went there. We had sex together while we were engaged. There was only other place that I actually mentioned. It was far familiar with my apartment complex in Arden Villas, and Arden Villas is just all swampland right next to my building, behind my building. It's just swampland. I think it's a couple acres of swampland. So being that she was familiar with that area, could have been a place that she could have thought to take Caylee. Is it 16 acres? Is that what? Yuri. Oh, 16 acres over there at Curry Ford. I'm sorry, Dean and Lake Underhill. You ever hear about that? That being a party ground, or have mentioned about going to the party over there? Jesse. No, I've never heard her mention about going to Dean and Lake Underhill. Yuri. You've heard about a place called 16 Acres? It's one of those where, with keggers, you pay a $5 cover, you get in there and you're able to do, you listen to live music. You ever hear that? I think I've heard of it in passing before, but never anything that was, I never. You never? Jesse, I've overheard people talking about that, but I really never looked into it. Okay, I'm good, and I'm good. Raise your right hand for me. You say that everything's the truth. He says yes, and then they say, okay, thank you. So that was Yuri. And hold on a second. I got to go get something. I've got to check the fire. Hang on. Oh, boy. time to get that going. Okay. I need a protein bar. So, I watched the trial today. I did surveillance video and DNA experts. And then tomorrow, Jimmy says Walsh is still going to happen with the trial, so let me see.
You gonna cover that, Carolyn?
If it happens, yeah.
Probably, because even though he's saying guilty on whatever counts it is, then
This is
we'll
not,
see.
yeah, they sat the jury.
Wonder why he changed his plea.
I don't know, unless he's
Too much evidence against him. He probably thought he'd get like a lesser sentence or something.
But he can still change his mind tomorrow and plead to everything.
Oh yeah, true.
Okay, let's see. Brian Walsh changed his plea on 2 counts. I don't know why he would do that, though. I don't know, that's weird.
Right. And he just went to a psych hospital for a few days and then came back.
I don't know. That's weird. Why would he do that for 2 counts? I don't know. I don't know why he would do that. Unless he's going to, and they never found her body.
No.
And who has the kids? Her mother?
Yeah. Yeah. And the nanny that stayed with them. She was close with them.
It's like Doulos' kids. Why is that doing that? Got him over there like that. Okay. See, and then the other guy, yeah, they haven't rested or anything. I don't understand. Home invasion is so crazy. It's yesterday's. Casey Anthony. Okay.
Did you hear me flush the toilet earlier?
No.
I wasn't going to the bathroom. I was cleaning the toilet. And then I'm like, I flushed it and I was laughing. Gonna think I was on the phone, like, bathroom, spraying it down and cleaning it. So funny.
Where is
Let's
let's see. What he is.
There's a frost on everything on our deck.
Yeah.
All the stuff.
That's ridiculous. Oh my gosh, they're on the summer wells thing again. Is that's what's going on? You guys really believe that?
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah, because something going on with those people. They probably did it because they owed a debt on drugs.
They do this all the time.
Well,
always-
somehow they have a new lead on this, but
Oh my
I
gosh.
don't know. They searched for her dead scent like everywhere around the house and didn't find anything. And in the car,
Right,
the dogs would have picked up on it.
right.
Come on, Lucy.
But who's it now? Who are they looking at now?
Fred Hill's brother. Fred Hill. They thought it was Fred Hill at one point, but I guess it's his brother or cousin. Really, he's one of the Hills.
Hmm.
They have
I've heard
something
so
else.
many times,
Oh,
so
I
it
don't
just
know. But they're not saying.
I don't know. So, but I mean, it's crazy.
I thought she died from aspiration from being in that pond or that lake. She was in that lake swimming,
Right.
but who knows? I just hope they find out what happened.
By now, I mean,
He, well,
Casey
Dawn-
Anthony. I mean, by now there's going to be. I mean, Caylee Anthony. You know, I mean, what's going to be left of her?
mhm.
It's
Don Wells owed a debt on drugs. And they were saying it was because of that.
I don't know.
And he always said, oh, I feel like, I don't know what it is, but I feel like someone's going to come here and take her. Because he had a guilty conscience. He knew he owed money to the drug dealers. He always kept saying that. Why would he say that? It has to be a reason why.
Crazy. But I mean, there's not going to be anything.
If anything, they'd find her bones or part
Exactly.
of it,
And
right?
just like they can't tell how Caylee Anthony,
Right.
you know, I mean,
Which is sad.
how are they going to, there's not going to be anything unless,
To prove,
who did it or anything.
Yeah.
It's,
I don't know. It's just so sad. That one's so sad. Oh.
and they probably, don't they have like those huge wells out there that they could just.
Yeah, and the septic. I wonder if they looked in the septic too.
Oh, there's some.
And that house is on an old well and system. They said because it's so old, and I don't know if they ever checked it. God only knows. That poor girl. When they did videos of what's his name? Chris, can't think of his last name. He's a FBI guy. He has his
Yeah.
own channel.
Yeah.
Oh, I forget his last name.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he went down there and it looked like a torture chamber down there. It was so creepy. Horror movie. And they had Girls Gone Wild on the TV.
Yeah.
Oh, And there weren't even like regular stairs. You had to go down a ladder.
Yeah, I saw that. It wasn't even a ladder. It was
my
like this
God.
thing that you had to move something out of the way, didn't you? Like a kitchen that went in.
Yeah, the desk, like you go underneath the desk and
Yeah, I remember that.
oh,
Mm-hmm.
and they took his other kids, their other kids away too.
Did they? Where'd they go?
They're with CPS or with another family. Because they already had an open case on them. And they were coming to visit like that next day too, which was weird. Or within the next couple days or something.
Hmm.
One of them may be coming back, I heard,
Murder.
with them, but I don't know.
They're still together?
I think so, but I don't know for sure. They don't really say. And would they want to go back? Probably not. Jimmy's awake too, Carolyn?
No.
Oh, I was going to say.
No. Yeah, I already got Wolf murder. Right? Didn't I put it in there, murder? I didn't put it in there. See, I did. Oh, you're right. See, that happens to me all the time, murder. I think I put it in there and I didn't. Fools. We did fools. Foul. Here we go. Oh, I gotta check something really important. Hold on, I forgot to check that mail. Let me see. Come on. Come on. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Okay. Huh. When did that come through? I gotta do something. I just gotta put this down.
fast. YouTube. New channel. Settings. It's right there. Channel ID. Where the heck is my channel? Link. ID. Shoot. Channel link. On your channel. There you go. Sorry guys, I have to get something into YouTube. Okay, channel link. Go.
Carolyn,
Yes.
did Scooter tell you she's seeing an Elvis impersonator tomorrow?
No. She didn't tell me anything about it. I only saw something in the chat.
Oh,
Yeah. She's seeing an Elvis impersonator?
yeah.
She didn't like Elvis, does she?
I don't know.
I have a girl. Well, Bucky loves Elvis, but I have a girlfriend that I've known like all my life that is like obsessed with Elvis, even more so than
Really?
Bucky. Oh my gosh! And she never like I forget. It happened recently, like later. I forget what the reason was. I forgot what it is. Yes, I know.
Yeah. We seen one before when we were in Vegas many years ago. Foxwood had a huge fire tonight, 5-alarm fire.
Foxwoods?
Yeah.
Huh.
5-alarm fire from the restaurant. It went in the HVAC. They had to evacuate the hotel, the whole place.
What is she? Did she just change her name? How do I get my manager here? Hold on. So if I don't put this in, I'm never going to remember to do it. Okay, you must have upped it. Yes. I sent this in before. Shoot. just see that. Here it is.
Good night, Murder and Crows.
Good night, Murder. Of course, you're going away. I was going to come back and help you in a second.
You put a whole bunch of words in.
Yeah, I finished that one, but then I.
Oh, okay.
Shoot, why won't this right?
What time did you come on? 9:45, right?
No, 10:45.
10:45.
Mm-hmm.
Bucky came in the chat too.
Yeah, I saw her.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I need to do that now. Let's see.
I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Okay. Good night.
All right. Good night.
Good night. Okay. Who's still up in here? Who's still up? Who's still up? So really, I want to figure out what is going on. What's going on? What is going on that is so unbelievable? We're going to go see what's going on. We're going to go see. Okay. So the Summer Wells is over. Okay, let's see. You've got people talking about the same drama on 10 different channels, the exact same drama. So funny. So funny. It's ridiculous. Just, I'm disillusioned. It seems YouTube just wants to be tearing down people. If I sat up in here and was tearing people apart, that would be great, right? That's what people want to watch. That's what people are going to come in for, when you're tearing somebody apart because it makes them feel better about their miserable life, to rip somebody apart, rip their family apart. It's very disillusioning. But I don't know. Really crazy with this whole thing. Right? Is that really what you want? I don't know. Can't figure it out. Not going to do that anyway because I don't want to do that. But I don't know. Pretty sad. It's disillusioning. The very worst of the worst, and that's what people want to watch. Racist, nasty, foul language that would make a sailor blush. It's like that's what people want to watch. F-bombs every 5 minutes. I don't know anymore. I don't know what YouTube has turned into. It used to be a platform. People really wanted to talk about cases and stuff. I don't see that. I see certain cases like Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers. Summer Wells and Sebastian Rogers. And there's nothing new. So we'll make up stuff. So we'll pretend stuff. And then we'll just sit around and collect money. Give us money. And the people, they just throw the money out there. Just tell us what we want to hear. We want you to make up stories about these people. And it's so disillusioning because it's a fake. It's false. It's just horrible. Or the other alternative is, who are we going to rip apart today? Let's all jump on somebody and jump on them. We'll even make fun of domestic violence because, hey, we hate the person. We don't care. So let's jump on that bandwagon and all support that. I don't even know, like, any woman that would sit in something like that, and I don't even know these people. I don't even know anything about them, but I know right is right, wrong is wrong. And I know it's wrong to go digging into someone's life and try to shame them with the domestic violence report. I know that's wrong. I know that much. And it's just gross. And I don't care. Like I don't care what this one did, what that one did. What's right is right, what's wrong is wrong, and it's just wrong. And I really don't know what's become of so many of these people that just, it's like they've got their pitchforks and no, we won't think about our own life, we'll just go after people. It's sickening. It really is. It really is. And I don't know, but I don't know. I don't know where we go from here. I don't. All day I crafted things. Really, I thought like, come on, we'd talk about some cases, we'd get involved in it. But I don't think it, I don't know what it is. We got the holidays coming up, and it's hard for everybody. It's hard for everybody for 10,000 reasons. It's hard for people that have lost people. It's hard for people money-wise. It's hard for people just every which way. But I don't understand what's happening. I really don't. Don't get it. Is this what YouTube's come down to? This is what we want on this platform? I don't know. Want to look up people's DVs? We want to look into people's lives? We want to, I don't know. Is that really what this has come down to? Fabricating stuff on cases just to keep cases going. Tearing people down. Really sad. Really is. I don't even know, like, where, I don't know anymore. Where the hell, like, what, really? Does anybody even get what I'm saying? Anybody? Is anybody out there? There's no point to it anymore. I don't understand it. What's going on? Seriously, talk to me. I know there's got to be some of you out there. Talk to me. What's up? Okay. Really? All right. Well, I wish you guys well. I don't know.
know, Scooter. I don't know where the hell everybody is. Where is everybody? What the hell is going on this platform? Where is everybody? I don't get it. I do not get it. I go look at what's live. Stories about 10 channels attacking the same person. 10 channels attacking the same person. That's what this platform is turned into. That, Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, make up stuff. We want to hear it. You want to talk about facts? Nah. You want to talk about true crime cases? Nah. You want to talk about trials? We're not interested. We want to talk about getting our pitchforks and going after somebody and bringing them down, talking about their domestic violence, getting as ugly as we can, cursing as much as we can, being as foul and nasty as we can. That's what we want. And that's not going to happen here. And I'm just totally disillusioned with what the hell has happened to this platform. It's crazy. You get somebody spitting out racist stuff, screaming, cursing, and I don't know. Yeah. It's not, it's something's really wrong. I don't know what the hell happened. When the hell did the platform go to this? Just tell me when the platform went this low. I don't know. Yeah. I don't get it. I don't get it. Change the title to Summer Wells. New information. Sebastian Rogers. Brand new information. And they'll listen to whatever you say, and it's a bunch of nothing but crap. Crazy. I don't get it. Are people that insane? They lost their minds. Boxes of things, dust everywhere. I'm barely touching it.
appointments. See what you're saying. Old calendars I've saved. Yeah. Yeah. When are you going to the casino? You have a doctor appointment? And then you're going to the casino? Oh. Who are you going with? Who's going with you? Just you and her? Yeah. Ugh. Anyway, I'm not tired, I'm just gonna go and think horrible thoughts. It's all that happens lately when I try to lay down. I think the most horrible thoughts. What did you say? Annie. Dave said, I believe Dave said not to spend any money. Yeah, how can you? Everybody's. Oh my gosh. Oh, you have depression meds? No, nobody. Nobody's here. I don't know. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Never seen anything like it. Never in my life. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. I don't know what is going on. I really don't. Really don't. You want to watch people ripping apart somebody? They're live with that. Multiple channels. Hundreds of people. All with their pitchforks. That's what they want. That's what they want. Well, all right, Scooter. Now you're the only one here, so you're the only one I'll say goodnight to. And I don't know. I don't know. But pretty sad. It's really sad. It's scary. It's really scary. Is that what this has turned into? I don't know. Maybe so. Maybe so. Maybe so. Hey, Super Chat. What's going on, Super Chat? Do you know what's going on? Like, really, I don't get it. What should I be doing? I don't know. Tell me what I should be doing, Super Chat, because I don't know. I thought bringing these cases, I thought discussing these cases, I thought having quality content, I thought requesting FOIAs, I thought, I don't know, but I guess it's not. I guess it's either making up facts on Summer Wells, making up facts on Sebastian Rogers, or just ripping people apart is what does well on this platform now. Seriously, those three things. Yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow I'll do a drama stream. Tomorrow I'll do a drama stream. Tomorrow I'll tear people apart. Is that what everybody wants? And I'll give it to them. They want me to tear people apart. Want me to go after people. You want me to go after the people that have been going after me. You want me to go after the people that have been going around shooting their mouth off? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. That's what I said last night, Scooter. Today was going to be another day. Today was going to be another day. Yeah. Scary. It's really scary. It's really scary. No, Super Chat. It's tearing people apart. It's bringing up their domestic violence and making fun of them being beat up. It's making fun of them. That's what people want on this platform. That's what thousands of people flock to. Do the most horrible things to people. And we'll watch. And we'll have horrible people in there. But these people are really 50, 60, 70-year-old women chanting hate at someone that's been beaten, saying she deserved it and it's good for her. Really, that's what this platform has come to. That, and make up any facts on missing children's cases and exploit them up the wazoo for money. Let us talk about missing children's cases, make up stuff, give us money. Those are two of the most popular channel topics. Bullying people, bringing in their whole family. Nothing is off limits. And exploiting missing children's cases. People line up around the block if you do that. That's all there are up here, Super Chat. That's all there are. 10 of them going at the same time. Well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's after 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm probably not going to sleep because I have the worst thoughts. Not sleepy because I'm a wreck. I'm depressed. But I don't know, Abuelita. I don't know. I wish I knew. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Where is everybody, Abuelita? Is it that they only want bullying on this channel? They only want to see missing persons cases where they make up facts? Because that's all I see. You hit live, there's 10 channels talking about the same person, bullying the same person, bringing up that person's domestic violence. I don't even know this person, okay? But all I know is right and wrong is wrong. And you bring up somebody's DV, you're digging in their life a little too much. And how does anybody think that's right? But apparently, it's what they want, right? That and facts on missing persons like Sebastian Rogers and Summer Wells. It doesn't matter if there's really nothing that's happening there. Let's just keep talking about it, bringing it up, making up facts. And they're not doing it for the missing child. They're doing it for nothing but the money. So you make up facts, and it seems people want that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm really at a quandary. There's never been like this. It's never been like this on this platform. I don't know what is going on. Something happened, and I don't know what the hell it is. Maybe that's all that will exist on this platform anymore. I just don't get it. I put my heart and my soul in this channel, and I said I'd always do it. But I don't know. I mean, last 3 nights I put up a goal. There was nothing, like nothing. I mean, I don't know.
can't do it. I can't sustain it. Not like this. And I want to do it. And I want to help people. And I want to create something nice. And I think I always have. But now I feel like nobody wants it anymore. I don't know. Really don't know what happened to this platform, but it's bad. I was really having a good time tonight. I was like, I don't know. I just, many channels have said something changed with theirs too. It's not just you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what is going on. I really don't. I don't know whether it's, I don't know. All I know is if you want to talk about a certain true crime channel that has been beaten like a dead horse, that there is absolutely nothing more that can be said about it, about a civil stalking injunction. Nothing more. And yet, well, we'll keep that going. And then we'll keep it up about a certain another person on this platform. And we'll keep going while she keeps going. And you have to say, is it orchestrated? Is it like all this freaking drama in these? It's not even the drama community anymore. They're not even getting views. That OG drama community, nobody's even watching them. Nobody. Okay? It's this upper level crazy, beyond crazy. You can't even call it drama because it's so filthy, disgusting. Everything, you bring up somebody's domestic violence and you're laughing about it. I don't even know these people, but I know that's wrong. Okay? I know that's wrong.
I don't even know what community you call them. They think they're shock jocks. They think they're nasty. I don't know what they are. But it's wrong and it's disgusting. And someone's probably going to get really, really hurt with that going on. But yet, seems that's what this platform is, all that they care about. That, and boy, if you put Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, and say anything, it's like that tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. They want to hear lies. Oh my gosh, we're closing in on this. Come on. Look at Caylee Anthony. She was found, 6 months after she disappeared, and they couldn't even determine how she died? Summer Wells, it's been 4.5 years almost. It's almost like a cult. It's almost like a cult following. And they'll just keep on. I don't know how a channel could keep on for 4.5 years talking about the same case when there's nothing new. Tell me how somebody does that in their right mind. Well, it's because they can make up the stuff and rack up the money, and they don't have the ethics, and they don't have the morals. It's how it is. If you don't have ethics and morals, you'll do very good here. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Thanks, Abuelita. Hey, Tilly Bird, thank you. No, I don't know. Don't give up. You got this. I've never been one to give up, Tilly Bird, but I freaking don't know what is going on in this platform. It's like the worst of the worst. Just that everybody seems to want that mess. I mean, it's like, where am I? Yeah. I'll try. I'm not a quitter, I know that. I know this is just I'm never in a good place in these months. I'm never in a good place.
The holidays coming up are very hard, and they don't get easier. They do not. Anybody that tells you that is a liar. When you lose people, especially when you lose a child, the holiday, you say, oh, yeah, no, that doesn't get easier. It gets harder. Every single solitary going into it has been harder. And it happens earlier, and it's harder. It's not easier, it's harder. That's why I said, like, I needed this community, that it sustained me, it held me up, it gave me something, and people to connect with. But I don't know what's happening. I don't. Kind of things I'm seeing out there, they're definitely not people I want to connect with. I don't know what's happening to our society, really. Is it the end of the world? I don't know. It's crazy. People can be so cruel. Just absolutely cruel. I don't get it. Now I'm getting a ringing in my ear. That means people are talking about me. Oh, shoot. Oh, wow. Anyway. Oh, where is this thing? Hold on a moment. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm sure I'm not gonna sleep, but Yeah, I don't know, Tilly Bird. I'm glad you found me. I hope that you subscribe. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. But you found me, and you know, that's the thing. We are getting new subscribers, and you know, Lucky came, and there are people. So I know, like, we're not shadow banned. I just don't know what is going on. You know, I just don't know. It's just so crazy. How did you find us? How did you find us? I'm really glad you did. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that, Tilly. I'm usually a pretty fun person. I don't know, it just I just get disillusioned by what it seems like on here. You know what I mean? It's like so many people just want to hurt other people, like, for sport. It's something fun. It's something great. It's like, I don't know what happened. Really, you know? And I know there's a lot of people hurting, because I know the holidays coming up are hard, and it's hard for a lot of people for a variety of reasons, but people that are dealing with loss, people that have lost, you know, it's like the holidays are forever changed. Like, there's always, it's like carrying a ball and chain or something, you know what I mean? It's like there's always something missing. If you're refreshing and looking for lives that keep you psychic stuck in the middle of the night, sleep type stuff. I wanted real people, finally. Oh, okay, Tilly, I'm glad. Glad you found us. It must be doing something, because I know there's people finding us and people coming in, and it's nice, but I don't know, like, what it should be, what, I don't know. I'm grateful. I am grateful, and I always try to be grateful no matter what, but it's like I get disillusioned, because it's like, really, how do you go to bed feeling okay when you just do that? And I don't care. I don't even know who these people are. But if anybody thought the drama community and stuff was bad on this platform, I don't even know what you call the people that yeah, I don't know what they are. They're trying to be Howard Stern. Howard Stern isn't even as bad as they are. Like, it's just, it's like, how low, how bad can you be? I just don't even get it. But anyway, so we'll watch Walsh tomorrow, his trial. I don't know if he'll take the whole plea. It's weird that he's plead to some things and not to others, isn't it? I don't think I've ever heard of a case like that going to trial. I don't know. It's weird, right? If you're going to go to trial and you're not going to plea to the murder, and you're like, what are you worried about pleading to the lesser things? Like, I don't know, unless he thinks that will make him just get that, and if they'll say, oh, if he pleads to that, then he couldn't have murdered his wife because he's being honest with us. He's pleading that he destructed the evidence, he put it in the dumpster and this and that, but he didn't kill his wife. Really, what the hell? Tell me what person who didn't kill his wife would be putting away her, the evidence of that. Wouldn't you be going to the police? Come on. How does he think that looks good? How does that look good? It's ridiculous. Oh my gosh, I don't know. Does anybody get the logic behind that? I don't. Then you got the other kid. I just didn't even understand that. His brother tormented people in the same house. Then new neighbors went there. The other brother went there and killed the mother and father with a 2-year-old in the house. Huh. And meanwhile, his brother, literally 6 months before, I think it was, went to Virginia, stabbed a Pentagon officer, killed him, then shot himself. Like I said, prior to that, he was tormenting these people in this house. I don't know what happened to them. New people moved in. The brother kills them, and then I think 2 days later, the brother goes into another house where they go to get him, and he shoots an officer, but I don't think the officer died, and then, or stabs an officer. I don't. It's just so nuts. That's the other trial that's going on in Georgia. And then you got Walsh. And it's like, when it rains, it pours. It's crazy. I agree with you. It's like, he ate the chocolate, but not the cake. Right. What the hell? Tell me. Like, what the hell? Why would you do that? I don't even understand it. It's like, wait a second, like, come on, buddy. You're disposing of stuff that's like implicating that your wife's been murdered, but oh my gosh, it's so ridiculous. I don't even get it. And he's the guy that, too, he had all that crap with Andy Warhol's paintings, right? I mean, come on. Let me see what I want to see exactly what he pled guilty to. So nuts. Let's see. What did you do, Brian, here? Brian Walsh. He pled guilty on 2 counts for 2 and 3. Let's see. Okay. Changed his plea on counts number 2 and 3, includes willfully conveying a human body in violation of state law and misleading police. Prosecutors claim that his interference led to the destruction of his wife's remains. The delays resulted in the contents of dumpsters in which the defendant disposed of Anna Walsh's remains being incinerated. Mr. Walsh is prepared to admit to the recitation of facts with respect to the indictment that the government just read, insofar as it alleges he did impede and obstruct a criminal investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walsh. We obviously object, and he's not admitting to any murder. The second portion of the facts
that the government just read, his defense attorney said that we would take issue with is the last sentence. Mr. Walsh, did you in fact willfully remove or convey the body of Anna Walsh or her remains not being lawfully authorized to do so? She asked. Yes, Your Honor. Unbelievable. This is crazy. I don't think I've ever seen a case go to trial where somebody has admitted this much of it. I'm just wondering if he's just not going to plea out completely tomorrow. Like, the judge ruled Monday on several issues regarding what evidence and testimony the jury can hear, including statements from Anna's friend about a fight the couple had just days before she was killed. Walsh's defense argues that the prosecution is selectively using statements from a friend. Come on. I don't get it. So it says 9 people were seated. So is it not start? They still have to get 3 more, right? Let me see what's going on here. My husband was saying it's starting tomorrow, but I don't think it is. It's saying December 1st. I don't know where my husband heard that it was starting tomorrow. I'm confused. It can't be December 1st, though. No, that's wrong. No, trial begins Tuesday with jury selection, right? But they're not done with jury selection. So it'll probably start Thursday, wouldn't you think? They still have to get 3 more than alternates. That's what I think. Let's see what you guys think. Hey, Tilly Bird, thank you for becoming a deputy rambler there. There must be 12, I think, with 3 alternates, isn't it? I think they're not done with the jurors. Thank you for becoming a deputy rambler. Appreciate that. I think they've got to be picking the jury still tomorrow. That's what I think. Which I'm okay with, because I'm watching that other trial and it's like feast or famine. Like there would be no trial to and then it's like, let's slam them all with all the trials. And I don't mind. I mean, I put the trials on. I crafted a lot today when I was watching the trials, listening mostly. You know, if there's, I keep the monitors on. A lot of times they don't show the pictures. You can hear them. You can hear them. But, so I like to listen to them, you know, while you're doing other stuff, especially if they're interesting, you know. And I don't understand, that other family is so strange. Like 2 of their sons went and did this. Like, why? Why did they both target that house? It's like something like crazy, right? Like they thought maybe, I don't know what they thought. That's the most bizarre thing I've ever heard in my life.
in that part of it. I mean, two sons go after the same house. The one tormented the people, then the other people buy it. Yeah, I watched Daima. Yeah, that was crazy too. You know, that was such a crazy trial. But a lot of those kids in Eastern Europe, a lot of them, now I don't know about Daima because Daima wasn't like an orphan from birth. Like a lot of the kids over there that are in the orphanages, they have fetal alcohol syndrome and that attachment disorder and things like that. And a lot of them that have been abandoned in these orphanages since birth have been, not only did they have their mothers were alcoholics, their mothers used drugs, hard drugs. And I'm sad to say that a lot of those kids have really, really bad problems. But Daima said his mother died when he was older, right? And he wasn't in like, he went into an orphanage later, but what were like, I would have liked to find out about his life over there, you know what I mean? Why he went to live with his brother, why didn't that work out? Like, how were the other siblings? How was the mother? Yeah, I don't know. That's just, yeah. That was horrible. He stabbed them in their sleep, you know? And I mean, a lot of times in this country, we romanticize the idea of adoption, you know? All the orphan needs is just love and it'll be wonderful. No, there's so many psychological things, you know, why did I get put in the orphan, like why didn't it work out? Like I don't know, there's so much stuff. It's just in fact, I used to read a blog with a woman that she was in New York State. She adopted two children from Eastern Europe, and the boy was hard. He was in and out of psychiatric hospitals since he was little, and she wrote, let me see if her blog is still around. I think it was called like Green Chimneys or something, and oh my gosh, and I know people that they had adoption disruption, and this one lady, how many of them sent that one lady that was sending that child back to Russia with like 7, remember? Let me see. Yeah, hold on a second. Green Chimneys. Now she's a nonprofit. Whatever happened to the boy? Oh, let's see. So he's got to be about us. Let me see. This can't be her. This cannot be her. Let me see. I really thought maybe he went to Green Chimneys, but that might not have been the name of her blog. What the heck was her name of her blog?
think it was her story. She was adopting and oh, that's going to drive me crazy. Yeah, the Eastern European, the Russian adoptions especially, it's really hard. I wish I could find that. Maybe this is the one. Nina, that sounded like that was her name. No. Peter. I think the kid's name was Peter. Let me see here. Let's see, this might be it. They had a blog. I'm trying to remember what drives me nuts when I can't find something that I just I'm now so OCD with it, and I have to find it. I have to find it. Let me see. Little Peter. I think it was them, and they went there and they wanted to adopt this baby, and they're like, no, this baby has fetal alcohol syndrome so bad, and it's like, let's see here. I think this is it. The mother had to have had her blog, and I'm trying to remember what it was. Let me look here. Yes, I found it. Hold on a minute. But I don't know if she still has her blog. Let me see. Might not have ended very well. See, he was at the Green Chimneys in Brewster. Okay, that was in 2008. That's probably when I... Or maybe... She end up adopting 2 more kids? Mm-mm.
He's got to be. Let me see.
He spent his first 9 years in a Russian orphanage. His parents, described by student advocacy as alcoholics, were killed when he was an infant. He doesn't remember them. He has a biological brother, still in Russia, with whom he would write. His adoptive family brought him to Westchester, New York, where he was enrolled in public school, knowing nearly no English. The combination of the move, the language barrier, the difference in educational systems, and the unhappiness at home caused problems that were solved when he was first enrolled in Green Chimneys. And that's this school. He lived as a boarding school student for nearly 4 years, attending classes and getting therapy. Let's see. He thrived at the school and progressed in his social and emotional development through elementary and middle school with such determination that he was enrolled in public school as a young teen, but he wasn't ready for the change and simply stopped going to school. He returned to Green Chimneys, concentrated on classwork, jumping from 3rd grade reading level to a 10th grade reading level in a handful of years. He's now living in a group home with graduation in sight. He's considering a future either as a police officer or a plumber. Okay, now... But now what happened to his sister and his mother had a blog, but they don't even talk about the blog now. And this was 2014, so now he's got to be, he was 18. I wonder what happened to his sister. I wish I knew what the blog was. Let me see here. I wonder where he is today, you know. It's scary because there's so many problems and you can't just love them. People, you know, you remember and say, oh, all they need is love. All they need is love. Sadly, it's not the case. You wish it was, right? Sadly, it's not. Where the heck? Then you have all the baby girls in China that everybody thought, oh, they're being abandoned in the parks, these poor little girls. And even back then I thought that, and I wanted to adopt from China. But I kept thinking, like, how would they just be abandoned at night in the parks? Wouldn't the Americans just go there and like, oh, look, a baby, a baby, a baby? And it just sounded so unreal. And it was. They weren't. They were being taken. Hey, Jules. What are you doing? Thanks you for revising. What did I revise, hon? Oh, revisiting. Yeah. One good thing is the love of our God. Oh, Casey Anthony, yeah. Crazy, right? I've got a lot more to go through.
we had a little fun with one of the interviews because a girl was a liar, Anna. She's like, I haven't watched anything on the news. And then she's like, oh, yeah, I saw that on the news. It's like, it was crazy. I had a little fun with that part of it. A little fun with that part. But I was looking up something about, Tilly asked me about Daima. I don't remember the one you're talking about with the two boys. They did what to the same place? No, it was not two. Oh, the two boys. Listen, it's right now. I'll tell you what it is. It's Georgia. Hold on a minute. Georgia versus Matt Lands. Look it up, Tilly. They just had the second day. Look it up. It is crazy cakes. Crazy. 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 You want crazy? You found it. Georgia versus Matt Land. Yeah, does that the run? Yeah. Trying to think on it. Yeah, let me tell you. It's just nuts. It's nuts. And it was a really nice area, but it's crazy because they targeted the same house. Now, I want to know if the realtor told them anything, if they knew why the people left, and the neighbors were crazy, and they're harassing the people that were there before. Where are those people that were there before? And then, oh my gosh, it's nuts. I just don't understand how two brothers targeted the same house of different people. The one, it's just nuts. Come on. Let's see. It's almost too much. You need a whiteboard. It's just so crazy. The defendant's parents were not initially forthcoming during their interview with police. The mother kept changing her story. I don't know. It's nuts. It really is. Matthew Lands. It's a home invasion. A beautiful couple was killed. Their 2-year-old son was left in the house. I believe it was with the dog. It's horrible. I went over it a little last night, but tomorrow's day 3. But there's so much more. With his brother, that was. Just check it out. Just try to catch up with it tonight, Tilly. What do you have? A quick question? What? Tell me. Tell me, Jules. If I can help you out. Oh, there's Linda. Gail? I don't know where Gail is. Hi, Linda. What's your question, Jules? Let me see if I can help you. Tell me. I would like to help you. I would like to help you. I'm waiting, Jules, because now I am getting a little sleepy, so we can make it a little snappy. Make it a little bit snappy. So if I can go to bed before I... Do you ever sleep? I love all your cases. Is that your question? Yeah, I'm going to sleep now. Jules, listen to me. I have a problem, with, right now, my, stuff is, crazy for me going in the holidays. I get, pretty depressed and stuff because after losing my son, it doesn't get easier. And then nighttime, especially, that's why I always had to go to bed with something, on, even before. Just after losing my parents and stuff, it was, I have a lot of crazy thoughts in my head. But after that, yeah. So I have to put on something, and it's very hard. And if I just like lay there and I'm not sleepy enough, then I just have like just lots of not good thoughts, you know? And yeah. But anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. I hope. Please watch those trials, and let's show that we don't need to be horrible people. And I love you guys. Thank you so much for your support, for watching me. I'm really grateful for all of it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for becoming a member, Tilly Bird. Appreciate that. And thank you all. Thank you for coming in, Jules and everybody. Hello, Linda. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow already. And stay well. See ya. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Love you. Me.